Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know if you can hear me loud and clear for what is set to be one of the biggest days in the history of the King's Resort, live from Rosvadov. It's the Italian poker sport, 1.5 million guarantee that we smashed the whole off, 2.2 million in the prize pool, 7,007 entries. Dare I say, I'm going to say this about 100 times today, record breaking. My name is Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit and broadcaster for this one. You can hear me loud and clear, brilliant. Some people tell me I'm too low, can I speak up? Then I get told I'm being too loud. Trying to find a middle ground for everyone. Alas, it is a work in progress. What a stream we had yesterday. Maybe not for the first time ever, but going forward, I'm going to start getting out your highlight hands. So, bit of homework for anyone in the chat there, moderators, regs, etc. If you see a hand, you think it was brilliant, just mark it down. It's not that I won't have thought, oh, that's definitely going in the highlights, but if you think it should be in the highlights, let me know. I only want about 10 hands max per day. Although the amount of action taking place here yesterday, I'd say you could easily highlight about 20 hands out of the 250. Yeah, good. You can hear me loud and clear. I left the browser on last night. Normally just shut down my computer, etc. Literally, I'm going to go through that 15-hour stream, Apocalypse, to find the gold, the golden nuggets. Greetings. Cards are in the air. I was about to say dealer, shuffle up and deal, but I'm too late. Greetings wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. The Action Army was absolutely hopping here on Twitch yesterday. Come over, say hello. Not that we're neglecting you. I just can't be moderating two chats and talking to two different chat boxes at once. I did see a picture earlier that we are up for a global award. This stream is up for a global award, but the voting has closed, which makes me very sad. It is a testament to how great this channel has been building and creating an awesome community. Also, want to give a massive shout out to the King's production team. They've really excelled so far in 2025. Not that they didn't in the past, but my God, everything has just been running so smooth. Michael Adam is going to shove from the button, takes down the blinds and antes. Look at that. 500,000 small blind, 1 million big blind with a 1 million rupees big blind ante. I see that Richie, or you want to call him Chili Dog, has been made a moderator. I don't know whether he was before, but thank you so much. It's about goddamn time. Maybe he reached out or someone made him a moderator. I don't know. Welcome to the team, buddy. I will have to put you in our WhatsApp group. Did he reach out to Twitch? Re-raised Chili Dog is now a moderator, Apocalypse, who used to be Richie. Oh, he's no mod. Okay, I've missed something. Oh, he just put an exclamation mark and he changed the bot commands for this channel. Well, make him a mod if you wanted. 2025, maybe we should add someone to the team. It's not for today to discuss. Let's get to the action. Players remaining now with a guaranteed payout of €19,000. This is a €380 buy-in, generating a prize pool of over 2.2 million. Average stack is basically 30 mil, which is good for 30 big blinds. We've got a 60-minute clock. We are playing short-handed. They played into the early hours of the morning. That's why you've seen a 90-minute delay, postponement on the stream. I'll be lying now. Definitely didn't get my full 8 hours. I didn't know I had extra time to sleep, but I was awake at that point. It didn't matter. I did get to do some Iceman. Not much exercise. A little bit of the girly kettlebells. I did eat a massive steak with 4 eggs and some blueberries to wash it down. Yeah, for the day that's in it, these are going to be playing for $250,000. Hope you are all very well. I see Mal Gadsby in the chat. I think I was getting him mixed up with someone last night. Was it Jerry Fall? Was it Mal Gadsby told me that you were living on the outskirts of Germany? Or am I mixing you up with someone else again? Like I keep saying, Dunbar's number, you can only probably remember about 150 people in your brain at one time. And considering we done 256 hands yesterday, and you could be looking at something similar today, they're not going to go quietly into the night. We're going to get to the players in the action now. Just, I think we've done these. It's incredible how much money they're playing for. And let's not forget, top 8 going to get a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. If you are just tuning in, you're watching all this happen under one roof, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. York, UK, Dan, yeah, again, mixing you up with someone else. Sorry, Mal. But now that you correct me, that's how I learn, and then I won't forget the next time I say, as I will forget the next time. We are on all the usual social media platforms: Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and of course, the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. And if you want any additional information about the resort itself or to buy stuff from the merchandise store, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Over to Apocalypse with the weather report. So with 12 remaining, the pressure is well and truly on. I think it's either 9 or 8 that's going to go to the final table, usually the final 9. And as Apocalypse said last night, that means we'll be going to the final table on a 10K money bubble. Very exciting stuff. You hear some what sounds to be Garth Brooks-esque music in the background. I did realize I just had my headphones on 100%. Was listening to some techno beforehand to get me pumped up. 18 bigs for Adam. Now, he made a call for about 3.6 million that I don't think you would have seen Adam make if it was earlier on in the day. It seemed like a frustrating, very tired, decision fatigue type of a call. I'm not going to say it was horrific or anything. I just know Michael Adam to be more tight, very conservative with his chips in certain spots, and you could see the frustration written all over his face. Janot wants the clock. 2 seconds now. I'm going to do a little bit of homework on the sidelines here as well. See exactly what we're up against with these 12 remaining players. Stratos is back in the house, says, hello everyone, are we all ready to watch the battle at the final table? With Vladimir in the small blind here, 6-handed, I think this is going to be too good of a spot to not try get it in. Ace-9 suited, just going to be too much hand. We are possibly the shortest stack in the room. Yes, there is €2,400 pay difference between 12th and 11th. You're going to see him pause for a little while here. Does make a huge lay down here, and I think the reasoning behind that is it's Michael opening off a stack sub 20 bigs to start the hand, and you've got to remember Johan, who was absolutely steamrolling the table towards the end last night, finds himself with 77 bigs. So with no fold equity, Vladimir's just going to let it go. He seems to play quite whimsical. Look at this. Daniel knows that Adam can't be calling too light, but I think this is extremely overkill here. Even if we are six-handed, rejamming with just the ace deuce off. Balls of steel. Balls are out on the table in the early proceedings here. King's Resort. Daniel, not phased by the pay jump, not phased by ACM, and not phased about the 10K ticket that's up for grabs for the top 8 finishers. Stratos is now a moderator on YouTube, working for us over there. He's going to get all the people to come over the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. We raised Chili Jog won €23.70 last night. Cabby, one of our new viewers and fans, has joined the Action Army on Twitch. Says, good afternoon all. What's up, Cabby? What's going on here? Johan is going to be opening very wide. You see Johan going to be opening very wide, as I just mentioned, and Daniel in a small blind here with pocket aces. What a time to be alive. 20 bigs, 12 remaining. You've got 2/3 of an average stack picking up the rockets. Unfortunately, he's not going to be getting much action here from Johan, unless Johan decided to stick it in his eye because he thought Daniel was up to no good. And I really don't like Johan calling here. Yes, he's in position. Yes, he has all the chips. Yes, he's keeping Daniel Werzinger honest. But in this exact scenario, I don't think Daniel is going to be 3-betting too light against the chip leader, especially off this stack depth. Jack A5 comes the flop. Now Daniel will stack the pot ratio of exactly 1-1. He wants to bet very small here, like 3.5 million, 3 million even. Goes for 3. I think this sets up a lovely turn jam on a variety of turn cards. I don't think there's any turn card where we don't shove. Johan's going to call. Johan has 200k in total tournament live earnings, and he is one to watch and a force to be reckoned with that stack in a field like this as we get closer and closer to the final 9. 7 rolls off on the turn, and really not a great card for aces. A lot of two pairs get there now. A lot of equity can be picked up in the form of a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. 9-10 gets there now. Goes to a shove. That's going to be the end of this. Johan's not going to call with a good shot straight draw. It looks like Johan is called here for 11.1 million, and I don't know what he's eating for breakfast, but he can really beat back all hands here. Suddenly, there's a 42.2 million chip pot gone in the direction of Daniel Werzinger, and I feel Johan Stamny is going to regret that one later. That's a big, big swing. Yes, Johan's picked up equity on the turn. You've got to give your opponent credit at that stage. You would have to be firing off with a crazy bluff at that point. And I just don't see it in his wheelhouse with 12 remaining in such a prestigious event. And now Vladimir going with 6.5 big blinds from the cutoff. I feel like his time to stack off was with the ace-9 suited. You don't love it, but you're going to be ahead of a lot of the opening range of Adam in his raised folding range. I mean, his raised folding range in terms of his weaker type blockerish holdings. Richie has to go. See you around, Richie. Actually, yeah, I needed a correction. That was a double belly. He could have made it straight 2 ways with the ace-9. That does change things a little bit, but I just think he shouldn't really be in the hand to begin with, going to the flop. And I'll die on that hill. Just getting back to your messages now. Vladimir will take that one down. Now playing 9 bigs. Best of luck in Belgium, Richie. Al Gadsby says, what was he beating? Yes, okay, we do have. I said he had a good shot straight draw to go with his ace high. He actually had 2 ways of making straight. So I'm not going to apologise, but yeah, my bad. However, with hearts on board, I don't think he's got enough equity. We could do it out later. Perhaps we will call that our first highlight hand of the day. 2 minutes now, Apocalypse, before getting to your words of the day. You just seen what I've eaten. I put a photo into the WhatsApp for you. Digesting hard here. Better to do it now. Get the fuel into me. Camus agrees. Yes, double gooded, but still definitely not priced in at any point in the hand. I think it's just a clear fold free. Our opponent could have a hand like King Queen suited. I feel like a lot of these hands just rejam pre. He's sub 20 bigs to start the hand. Michael just going for the rip. He's looking tired. Strata says YouTube is like one hand behind Twitch and not so much talking. What hand was that? I'm going to review that later. I think it was hand number 5. That's going to be a really nice rejam there by Timur with the ace-9 off suit. I'll get to your word now in just a moment, Apocalypse. One or two little things I had to fix, and I was writing down that hand number 5 later. Maybe it was hand number 4. Close enough. There's the chip count, guys, with 12 players remaining. Ace king here for Mario. Ace king just going to rip Insky. He has put in 8 million with 5.5 behind, clearly committing himself. Vladimir's just going to be tanking. Huge pay jump, 2,400 in the difference. He is just going to be tanking. Jay Wasello was with me till the bitter end last night. Hope you had a good enough sleep.
This one is possible. I know I'm French, but some French also speak English. Not often, but someone.
Yeah, I don't know which one you are.
Okay.
I just asked you if you are speaking. I don't know how to tell you.
I thought you are asking because I'm French.
No, I don't know.
And you know my French friends. That I have English difficult story, you know?
Yeah, maybe I know, but I don't know if you are in the same group, you know, so I don't know you are.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, okay.
Was almost 5
So sometimes you speak
CET when we finished, and you did sleep well. That's good. I didn't get anywhere near as much sleep as I was hoping, but okay. I've had a massive power up there for breakfast / brunch / dinner. Mario takes down that last pot with King Queen offsuit now. So, Apocalypse's word for the day is Volander, the ethereal feeling of looking down at the world through an airplane window, able to catch a glimpse of far-flung places you'd never see in person, free to let your mind wander, trying to imagine what they must be like down on the ground, the closest you'll ever get to an objective point of view. Lucivest says no info about the outer tables. We do not have any information about the outer table, just the feature table itself. We have had an elimination on the outer table, however. That means 11 players remaining now, and that means we are 2 eliminations away from the final table. Then all remaining players will be sitting at this feature table. Johan getting back to raising. I feel like he's going to regret that ace-9 hand later. That was 20 million chips gone the other way. Stratus says, sorry I could not hang out with you last night, but I was dead tired. You were dead tired from that Russian dancer. So I'm going to take that one down. Standard defend there from the 8-9 suited. There's someone on about watching live from France. I don't know about that. So, with one elimination so far, 21,000 is locked up for all 11 remaining hopefuls, staying for a whopping $250,000 today. David Cello says he's got jaw surgery for an implant on Friday. I say yikes. Good luck with that. The same as ECW King. 40 bigs now for Daniel Werzinger. Let's see what we can find out about Daniel Werzinger. $25,926 in total live earnings for Daniel Werzinger. And Stratos, don't be apologising because you had to go to bed. You're on a different time schedule, etc. Fox says, but if the aggressor is Tottenham, then they can't hold on to lead, so it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah. Get the football lingo in there. Davis tells us Vladimir did blow up his stack on the end of the stream. Right. I think what you said is 100% correct, and I was trying not to be too harsh when it happened last night, but you got to remember how long these guys have been playing for. I think that was the deciding factor in that hand. Every man, woman, and child has their breaking point. Adams going to take that one down. The jam for 12 bigs from the cutoff. Johan staying active with the 10-6 off suit. We've seen him open pretty much any two on the button. Actually, that might have been Pavel, but the sentiment remains the same. He can afford to be extremely aggro, call off a 5 big blind stack with any two, because it's just the big blind is just not going to be stacking off light enough that it doesn't make our open profitable. Gabby says I'll be playing on Stars soon, but I will definitely be back. No spoilers in the stream, please. Johan with pocket 8 in the cutoff. Will Min raise? This is a funky spot here. Johan's 4-bet ripping, and I don't know what sort of a spot Timur has put himself in. The 4-bet rip is for 16 bigs. I think I just prefer a rejam pre from Timur and not put himself in a situation where he is possibly thinking about 3-bet folding with a middle pair. Yeah, I don't know what my thoughts are about that there, because we put in such a large percentage of our stack. We've leveled ourselves into thinking that when our opponent 4-bet rips here, that 8s are just simply going to be no good, or flipping at best case scenario. We can see at home, we have the luxury of being able to see the cards, so that is simply not the case. I don't want to be too harsh on these players today. As Johan just said, it's such a massive achievement that they've got this far. Cabby is going for it online. Best of luck, lads. Good luck all in. No pair, no draw. Agrees with me. If you aren't going to call off there, you should have either ripped or folded. You know what's not, mightn't even be the worst spot that no one's talked about. You could actually just call there with the 8s. That might seem a bit wild, considering you're not going to be seeing a lot of flops that you're happy about. Rich became richer indeed. Johan, the main man. ECW King says your man had broken ribs. That's the wrestler I was talking about last night. He got absolutely mutilated into the ring, and his whole body ripped apart into a table. Not cool, guys. Talk about feeding that young lad to the line. There's weight classes for a reason, you know, in boxing, in MMA, especially the UFC. I've seen lions tackling prey with less aggression than Braun Breaker's spear. Yeah, Braun Breaker. Does the name not give it all away? There is 10 players remaining now, guys. By the way, you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen. That means we are on the final table bubble. One of the largest events I think I've ever commentated on. In terms of field size, 100%. I don't know. Prize pool wise, obviously, commentated on a lot of the World Series of Poker Europe and stuff. I think we've seen some huge tournaments last summer. But in terms of level, 380, 7,007 runners, 250 grand for the win. I am very excited to be in the booth today, in case you couldn't tell. Johan has a very nice calling hand here. Jack 10 suited against a 12 big blind jam, and he can afford it. I think his hand is going to be just too good. Goes call. We are off the races, and Michael doesn't look like a happy jockey. King 9-6 is the flop. Turn is the deuce of spades, and Johan picking up a lot of equity here on the turn. 15 outs that Michael Adam has to dodge. 26.1 million in this pot. Big river for both players involved. It is a 4 diamonds. What a hold that is for Michael Adam. He cannot believe it. That is underpants stuff, holding with the pocket fives on that board. That brings him within 1 elimination of the FT instead of him bowing out in 10th place. Oh, what a sweaty turn card. It's never easy. Jonathan says, I wonder if this being day 4 is the day of my daughter's wedding. And the long hours of the previous days, are they have mental fatigue or did the sleep totally refresh them? I don't know. I'm all about sleep cycles. It was actually went to bed last night listening to a sleep expert on the Chris Williamson Modern Wisdom podcast with Matthew Walker. And you want to be trying to get in between 8 and 8.5 hours. And if not, then 90 minutes less than that. I know for a fact. Now, obviously, there was a postponement to give players a chance to get some extra sleep and a better morning routine. But when the pressure's on and the adrenaline's running high, it's very, very difficult to unwind once you've bagged and tagged. Lots of high falls from people when others still have cards. Like to see some accidental card flips or exposure the way some of these guys are mucking. Well, we've got some of the best tournament directors in the business. King's production team will sort that out. The TDs, etc. And Solo wants me to continue with the Don Dan voice. You come to me looking for a favor. Hold on, I don't want to force it. I'm not a jukebox. If I'm not a jukebox and then it comes out naturally, I think the impressions are far better. Got to remember, this is a huge day, and I have a lot of people tuning in. That's not going to stop us having fun around here. Every day is a learning day. And class is in session. 10 million in this pot. Vladimir's tournament life at risk. Johan dominating with the ace-9 offsuit. This mirror, his last flop turn in river. It is ace 8-5. What a run he's had. He needs to get very lucky now. He needs a Dewey, and he needs a Dewey quick. Is there to be a little ducky, or are we going to have our final 9? Turn is the 4 diamonds. River is the jack of clubs, and that is going to do it. That leaves us in 10th place with a nice payday of 21,000 and change. We have our final 9. We are going for our final redraw. Going on a short break. We're going to come back. It goes to 20 minutes. One of the biggest final tables I've ever commentated on. It's the Italian Poker Sport. 250 grand for the winner. Don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss this. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Well, the rubber's meeting the road right now.
Yes, it is.
Current on-tap payout, 48,700 euros. It's going to stay that way for the next 3 visits to the desk. And then a not at all insignificant jump of, let's call it 11,000 euros, 59,400. Band begins at 15th place on down to 12th. 11th and 10th will be worth 74,000 apiece, and then the final table, 9th through 1st, and you'll see pay jumps with each elimination as Zidek
515.
makes his bid to avoid being among the eliminated. King 7 suited. Button jam.
And Tomasowski's even thinking it through with King Deuce suited. I like the fold, but
How much is
it's
that?
reasonable to think about it.
Now Kamoshi
515,000.
already big blind and big blind Annie invested.
Yeah, just a 9 high. Like he's
Suited, Chewy,
interested.
suited.
I know, I see it. And spades are hot.
Well, I'll tell you who's going to be hot. Zidek, if somehow this King 7 of hearts gets showered against 9-5 of spades. But no, with 5 to
42%.
come, we're shy of a 3-2 favorite. It
Yeah.
isn't the biggest of margins.
Indeed.
Threats looming as Kamoshi has 2 clean cards.
Oh,
And that
my.
is a dirty flop.
King. See that.
Queen 9-6, 1 heart. Kamoshi in front.
King is better.
Give him an 8 or a 10.
Wow.
Okay, that's
Okay. What's next?
this is respectable.
Of clubs.
10 of hearts.
No. 3 of
No,
hearts.
so 9 of diamonds.
Zidek picks up the flush draw. The gut shot. The king works as well. And instead,
Good game, bro.
it's a 5 of
Good luck,
diamonds.
bro. Thanks, man.
Good game.
Zidek
Vamos. Приятности.
says his goodbyes
Ničím za tebe.
to the remainder of the
Já
field.
to neodpustím.
Good game, sir.
Dáš mu?
I wouldn't decide.
In-
Which influences our decisions before we decide to take flops.
Yes, and also the nature of 4 betting. They may just come right back over the top.
I mean, such behavior is more available to certain characters at the moment than others. That is
Truly.
without question. And I'm not just talking stylistically, but just in terms of stack depth and the topic that we have now introduced for the first time, the ICM pressure, independent chip modeling, whereby the game is sort of expressed in terms of real cash value of our stack.
Yeah. I think the most helpful way to think about that is different players are going to have
Yes.
different preferences in terms of how much risk they want to take against various other players. So, for example, the deeper stacks in Kamoshi and Ilani, as we see here, are going to be particularly cautious against Simone because they are covered and they have, you know, very playable chip stacks. Whereas, as we spoke, the shorter chip stacks are going to be more willing to take on risks.
So here we are with Kamoshi's King 9 suited, picking up Ilani's Jack 7 of diamonds, and I don't need to explain who's done better on this board. Jack high flush right away. Ilani knuckles over. Kamoshi has dust.
Check.
Snap checks back. Now 4th diamond on the board. Really unpleasant sight for Ilani as he's got the 3rd nuts. Any naked king or queen of diamonds would have him beaten right now. Although I'm not sure, absent the follow-through bet from Kamoshi, how
yes.
concerned Ilani will be about
No, I didn't check.
Kamoshi having either of those cards.
For sure. And I mean, the ace is certainly a card that could pair
135.
Kamoshi, so it could be good. Do see a tiny bet here. Interesting situation for Ilani because he should expect his hand to almost always be good. He does just call. But this does look like the type of bet where Kamoshi could be betting with an ace to just take showdown. It's plausible, given the small size. Does Ilani want to lead? No. He just checks it over. And at this point, Kamoshi knows he can't win at showdown. So the decision really just becomes, Do we want to try to get our opponent to fold an ace? Maybe a small diamond?
600.
Well, there's your
That's
answer.
600.
No, sorry. I said 6. Yeah. Sorry.
By the way, a really great opportunity to illustrate the importance of declaring verbally your intention when depositing chips in the pot. That would have been a misclick
Yeah.
to what I believe was 1.5.
Oh, was it that big?
Three
Wow.
purples, I think, is what he had thrown in there. Maybe not. It could have been 1.1. I don't know.
That would be
but
costly.
Yeah, very much so.
And it's interesting for Ilani. I mean, oh wow, he does fold it. Incredible. Komoshi, nicely done.
Like that, and then ending up
Some
in
casinos.
six or
A
even worse.
roulette shark?
Yeah, truly.
Can squid go squid?
He bought roulette wheels and actually like
Yeah, he would just
ran
study.
roulette sims?
No, somebody said 150.
Yeah, the old-fashioned way.
But I mean, it's
No,
not a big of a difference.
What a legend.
It does sound fun, like the physics of it, watching the ball bounce around.
Then
Can't
also,
really be. I
they
mean, the
developed, like,
thing's
in
spinning
YouTube,
one
developed
way,
in
the ball's
100
going the other. Come on. Really?
and then was
I don't
like,
know. I mean, apparently it worked for him.
What, and then he just quit?
No, so he was actually,
Busted.
yeah, he was sought after for his antics.
What do you mean by
Played
sought after?
perfectly, right?
I think people were unhappy with him.
What do you mean people?
Casino representatives, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know all the specifics. I read it a while ago, but I can vouch for the efficacy or the, perceived edge.
Are you suggesting he's at the bottom of Lake Mead potentially right now, Chewy?
No,
I
no,
mean,
no.
that's old school resolution.
This was an Englishman. I don't think he came across the pond. At least, he didn't stay over here.
Are you suggesting he's at the bottom of the English Channel, Chewy?
No, I think he's living happily in the countryside with all of his winnings.
Okay.
Perhaps still just enjoying the spin of the ball.
Well, Ilani enjoying top pair here as digging in against Andrian's aggressions from the button. He works his way into top pair versus bottom pair. 200K C-bet being chewed on.
Oh my. Ilani now deeply troubled by this third eight.
I mean, one can't blame him for proceeding with caution, but it isn't like he was worried about running into trips in this spot, which is
course.
exactly where he finds himself so improbably versus Andrian, who rates to add damages to what has already been the pre-flop and the flop sizing.
There is like 3 with 3 million. There is like 3 people with 3 million. There, 1 with 2.
And a healthy 600 being
Maybe
sprinkled
not.
out.
This guy
Have to
is
imagine Ilani is going nowhere with his king.
3, 3.
Although the king with the kicker on board, we can understandably start to put ourselves in a bluff catching situation, if not chopping.
So, check calling 600 and now looking up at a queen, which improves our kicker from the 10. North a couple of clicks, but really uncomfortable potential sizings could greet Ilani on this river.
What are we thinking? 1.5, 1.6? 1.8 maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, this
That's
is tough.
exactly where we're at. 2/3-ish.
1.8.
So for Ilani at this point, he really has to dig deep to figure out what are the kinds of hands that Andrian could be bluffing with. And how likely is it that he has those hands? The 6 could potentially interfere with some of those straight draws that we're firing away. And he does get away from it pretty quickly. Nicely done. I don't know if getting dealt aces and winning the blinds twice is going to cause a soft boil. I think you're revealing something about your own personality, my friend.
Oh, listen, well documented is my psychopathy, Chewy. I mean, you kidding me? The stone maniac out there.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
This is how it happens, right? I'll get 3-bet 19 straight times, okay? And
Yeah.
then every one of those times I was light, let's say, or I had something. Then I find the aces, and I'm ready for the guy who's been the 3-better 90% of the
Right.
time. And he just mucks.
Well, he just didn't get dealt
takes a
7-8
phone
suited
call.
that time.
You know
yeah.
what I mean? Oh, okay, great. Not today? No? Not this hand, huh? All right.
Commotion with a pretty disciplined fold Jack-8 suited there. Understandable. Tomasowskis raising off of around 25 big blinds.
Nothing undisciplined about having done so with ace-9 suited as
1.9.
Alani seeks his bearings. King-5 off. We're not married to it.
We're not, but this is, you know, a reasonable holding. Closing the action against the button. Let's C3.
Meet for coffee,
Yeah.
you know, maybe not lunch or dinner, but
This has meet
It's
for
a
coffee
date.
vibes. Yeah.
yeah.
We're going to see how things develop.
Oh, king in the window, followed by another one behind it. How about trip kings? And all of a sudden, this date's going well.
Yes. Any soft boil is quickly dissipating from Alani's seat.
Paired flops, even with the lack of the ace, the heart, Tomasowskis could certainly just sprinkle something out there
Yeah,
to
I don't-
guide Elani into the bin.
I don't see why not. Ace high will very often be the best hand here. So now the question for Alani becomes, do we want to slow play or do we want to raise right now? And if I'm sitting in his shoes, I'm definitely raising. At least strongly, strongly considering it. And for Vlados, it becomes annoying.
260.
It's not just the presence of the flush draw. It's also the fact that against that button range, you know, Alani could take plenty of hands, let's say 5, 6, 6, 7 with a club, queen of clubs with other side cards.
I mean, even just front door flush draws could
Right.
potentially
Right, yeah.
take the aggressive approach. It doesn't have to be a semi.
Absolutely. He beats all the flush draws and then all of those bluffs. Not to mention some diamonds, right? 4 or 5 of diamonds. These
Sure.
are all plausible holdings as well.
So Tomasowskis does make the call, doesn't find an ace or a 9 on the turn, but really doesn't find the kind of card that should be leaving him under the impression that if ace high was good prior, that it is no longer. And we'll see whether or not a price is laid with these trip kings by Elani that could keep the Lithuanian interested.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't mind a check. And it would sort of do a nice job of mimicking the way that he played his bluff earlier by letting the turn check through and then making a very large river bet. But this is, of course, understandable. We're just looking to continue getting maximum value. And for Tomasowskis, the ace-9 is tricky. Again, beating all the bluffs. Flush draws are really the main types of hands we would hope to be seeing. Really not giving anything away here. Either player, that is. And he understandably sticks around. There are plenty of hands that he does beat. And it really is only the king that he's behind. Of course, we see that Alani has that, and Tomasowskis is drawing dead.
Yeah, we kind of remove 3x from the equation as played.
Yeah.
Clubs do arrive, however, on the end. Unfortunately for Tamasauskas, though, Chewy,
Yeah.
it's in the form of a 9. So kings and 9s nut kick.
Yeah. This is tricky. I actually wonder how Alani will play this.
Yeah,
Certainly,
he unblocks clubs, too.
yeah, he has to be weary of Tamasauskas having a flush draw. And I think these are the situations that, you know, really kind of above the rim players. Oh, wow, okay, he just puts out 100. Well, that's certainly going to get called.
Deeply downsized.
Yeah.
So much so that maybe... No, ace-9 turning itself into a bluff would just be so absurd. Here.
No, he's definitely not going to turn it into a bluff. But he could think his man has an 8 somehow. I think he'll just call, but crazier things have happened. Imagine a value raise, and he gets a fold. That would be really tremendous.
The trouble, of course, is that Elani understands how inviting his river sizing is to a raise.
Of course.
So he needs to account for that.
Yes, I don't necessarily think that will happen. I was just reaching for wild outcomes. He bet the 100 so quickly. It's an interesting situation.
Yeah, begrudgingly, Tamasauskas flings the call in there, and perhaps the road less traveled, but embarked upon to considerable profit by Elani.
Yeah.
The reward for his efforts. No further poker for you, sir, in the main, unfortunately. Meanwhile, we pick things up here back at the feature where we've arrived on the turn with a seldom involved chip leading Michael Dick.
Looks like this
Squaring
probably
off
went
against jacks.
open call or maybe open 3-bet call. 'Cause the pot size was already 360 before that bet right there.
Krivsky showing no concerns about Queen X, or better for that matter. Barreling once more, does have that gut shot.
Wow. I feel like Dick must have a plan here. Not just to hit an ace.
I mean, the 9 would be an awful card for him.
Yeah.
Board pairing 7 on the river, and I'd like to believe, Justin, that your speculation is accurate, and reaching for chips definitely reinforces that it was the plan to flat and then to barrel a multitude of rivers. And you know, it's a little peculiar because just how do I describe this? Like, the vibe of this felt preordained, like almost like it didn't matter what the river was, I was going to do this. And then you ask yourself, well, why would that be? You know?
Yeah, like he didn't really put a whole lot of thought with the 7 peeling. And again, I think we missed the pre-flop action. Yeah, he sniffs it out, makes the call. But a lot of times when these obscure lines are taken, it's out of desperation instead of out of like a value thought.
Headphones, earphones, smartphones, mobile phones, all electronics on table over there, please. Guys, come to the final table. We'll continue button C9. Like 500,000, 1 million, 1 million. I wish you best of luck. Alrighty, folks, I am here just letting the players take a photo together and take their seats. Are about to be here for the table of the attack poker. Such exciting times. Robert coming in as the chip leader. Must have had a hell of a breakfast. He must be on that steak and eggs diet because he made a rejam with like 15 bigs last night with the Queen 10 offsuit and finds himself as the chip leader coming into this final table. Dealer, shuffle up and deal. Let's go. Big blind is still 1 million. Half a million is the small blind with 1 million rupees for the big blind ante. 9 remain. All chasing that first prize of $250,000 ball. 24,500 euro is the current payout. Top 8 going to get a 10k ticket. So we are looking at, do some quicks, a 17,000 euro difference, if I recall correctly, between 9th and 8th place, which is just huge. Such a time for me, commentator, viewers, the fans around the world. And of course, the 9 lucky warriors going to battle it out for so much money here. The average stack is still nearly 40 bigs. It is all to play for. What more do you want on a Tuesday afternoon? Stratos says a Russian dancer in front of him. Correct and right. If anybody has any details about any of the remaining players who you're supporting, who you want to win, I want this chat hopping on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're on YouTube and you want to interact, come on over. We don't bite. Come on in, the water's lovely. Hi, Alexandru. I believe that's probably some form of a good look. Just going to get a little look at who we've got here. We've got Robert with 71 bigs, Johan with 61, Alex with 47, Daniel with 44, Marty McFly with 36, Marco Bajic, who I haven't seen his name in today's or yesterday's coverage. However, that name sticks out in my head for some reason, and I will figure out that reason momentarily. Michael Adam with 26 bigs, Mario Booze, which I believe is some form of a nickname. One of the shorter stacks with 15 bigs, but still plenty of playability. And Timur cut to this is your shortest stack with 12 big blinds. Just look at the pay ladder. Fifth place, 69,000 euro. Top three, basically top four, all going to get a 5-figure payday. A 6 payday, 100 grand including the ticket. We've got action to get things underway. Mario Booz. He could have put a B in there, Mario Boobs, but gone for the min raise off 15 bigs. With pocket tens, it's going to be very tough to not be stacking off. Now, I'm no ICM expert, but there's going to be a lot to talk about here. What do you do with tens if you're even 3-bet here? It's a really, really tough spot. So much money on the line. Johan, he likes the small ones. He loves to get involved. It looks like that is his actual name. He has Mario Booze. I thought for some reason it was like Mario Bros, spelt wrong. But that looks to be his exact correct name. Has almost 42,000 in total live earnings. Nines for Robert, who certainly isn't shy about putting chips across the line. Is going to 3-bet to 7.3 million. Alex sandwiched now in between a few players. This is what I'm saying. Robert's 3-bet to 7.3 million here. Some of the time might get a hand as strong as tends to fold. Oh, I'm licking my chops and rubbing my hands here together. This is going to be a record-breaking, action-packed day for the ages. And there you go. There you have it. Getting tens to go into the muck because that 3-bet looks so strong. And what's it? And if you put that into a calculator, I am fairly certain tens would actually be a fold. And jacks, it's a jacks plus type of a spot. And I'd definitely be folding ace queen as well. The nines getting away with murder there, taking down a very nice pot. Got a gamble to win, and this guy going to rejam with just the queen 10 offsuit with 15 bigs on the button. One of the last hands of the night. Must be having a hell of a day on the outer table. Up over 80 million now. We'll get to the chat there in a minute. Obviously, I'm super interactive with the chat. One of the reasons how and why we built such an amazing community. However, the poker needs a lot of attention today, especially in such a prestigious event. The magnitude of this moment, they're going to be feeling the pressure. You could cut the tension with a knife. It is underpants stuff. Squeaky bum time. Imagine coming 8th after getting through 7,000 runners. This has to be one of the biggest bubbles in poker that I've ever commentated on. This is 17k difference. But you can't be letting that ticket affect a lot of your decision making here, considering there is 25 tickets for the winner, if you want to put it in terms like that. Some of the smaller events that would have tickets and you're in this bubble scenario, you might have 30, 40, 50, 60, 70k up top. Sometimes 100, but certainly not 250 grand. Blinds are up. Small blind is now 600k. Big blind is now 1.2 million with a 1.2 million running big blind ante. Usello says with more than 30 big blinds on average, there's plenty of room to play poker. There is with a 1 hour clock. 1 hour blind levels for the FT. One of the best structures you're going to find anywhere in Europe. And not just because I'm commentating and it's very long days, I actually prefer this to the 75-minute clock. Now, I can't say anything about that World Series of Poker circuit, man. It was amazing, don't get me wrong, but I like a bit of fast, volatile action from time to time. It can drag on, but it's required to drag on when you're playing for so much money and such a prestigious title. Stratus wants a cigar. Surprise, surprise. And Mario going to rejam here with the ace-6 suited. And Roberts, who is a bit of a scallywag, should just be raise folding this one all day. If it was for like bigs total and you 2 invested, you might just flick it in. 9.8 bigs total, just basically 10, nearly 8 more to call. Should just be letting this go. That's a very nice pickup. Uncontested from the ace-6 suited. Michael Adam in the cutoff with 20 big blinds total. Just decides to let it go. Would see him open that the majority of the time, but with a 12 big blind stack and a 13 big blind stack, or sub 15, he's just going to let that go. Understandable. Massimo is back in the house, and Gunny Gargoyle says, "Go Wurzo, loose cannon." He definitely bit loosey-goosey for sure. Massimo says, imagine an 8-way deal seeing numbers. Nearly all of them would take home 6 figures. Well, last year, Massimo, I don't know how new you are to this channel, but deals were not allowed. Now, certain things may or may not have been discussed in smoking areas or VIP bathrooms, but the rules have been changed, and I would be shocked to see this one go all the way without a deal being discussed. Now, that mightn't happen for a very long time, and an overwhelming chip leader is probably very unlikely to deal in the first place. But with so much money on the line and a lot of players at this table playing for the biggest payday of their career, and so much pressure, so many days have been logged in to get to this point, to get almost over 7,000 players to find themselves in the final 9 in the first place is just miraculous. Timur is going to re-jam Insky here, and that's going to get Alex out of the way with a hand as strong as ace queen, one would think. Looks like this guy is some form of a pro. Excuse my ignorance. I feel like I've seen his name before, but you do understand. Just so many names, day in, day out. And I actually am not too familiar with him. Maybe he's just says he's a team pro or something on his GG team. But Alexandra Marlau has a total live earnings of 13,000 total, and I don't know if that's going to tell the full story then, because perhaps he's some form of a cash game beast, etc. We have our first all-in and call at the FT. I do declare. I do declare. Ace, Queen, Deuce is the flop, and that is disgusting for Timur. Cut this, and now he needs a lot of help in the form of a 10. Oh my God, he hits it! Wow! 1 out in the deck after getting so unlucky on the flop. Some rough justice. And now an ace on the river, and an ace only. Wow, I for some reason felt like an ace was going to come, but it does not. That would have been a bit too sick. I had to flung my whole body out of a window if that had arrived. I joke, I kid. Maybe just stick my my head out the window and scream, "What's going on?" Massive double up for him, and he is now playing 27.2 million. Sit back down, buddy. Your baseball bat has hit a home run. It is easy to say that that was a one-outer, but let's not forget he had 10s against ace-10 going in pre. Robert, by the way, has a total live earnings of less than $2,000. What an opportunity it is for this guy. Incredible stuff. Timur has a total live earnings of €8,000. Wow, guys. I'm not seeing Pavel 53. Very unfortunate that he didn't make it to the final table, considering he had about 50 odd million in chips. But that is the way she goes sometimes. C'est la vie. That's why we love and hate this game. Marco has a total live earnings from Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's actually where my favorite DJ in the world was born, Solomon. Total live earnings of $11,298. Alex going to raise to 2.5 million with the 10-9 of diamonds on the button. Ace King 6 is the flop. And Alex is going to bet, and Daniel's going to be forced to fold. ISO says, on the brink of being shipped out without a ticket, gotta feel good to hit that. Absolutely. Anytime you're on the brink and somehow survive, it's one of the best feelings you ever have in your life. I mean, you're at a final table, suddenly you're no longer grabbing your coat, you're doubling up, sitting back down, and still in contention, not just for a 10k ticket, but for €250,000. Asmo says, although I prefer the one-day tournaments in Kings, I wish I played this one. Well, not too many one-day tournaments in Kings. Well, we do have 1,000 tournaments a year live from the Kings Resort in Rosvedov on a yearly basis. That's just incredible numbers. Give yourselves a round of applause, Kings, for that one. There you go. All in for 14 biggins with the ace king off suit. Marco with kings in the cutoff. Round to Robert in the big. All options on the table here for Robert. Could call. 3-bet. Jams in crazy. Chiplead just wants to flick it in. The majority of the time considering his big blow. And his big anti-invest. And is your chip leader. It is 9-8 deuce. Robert staying active here in the small blind, applying the pressure to Marty Boy. Looks like Marty's going to defend with the king deuce offsuit. I would actually be more inclined to let them kind of hands go, considering we're not one of the shortest stacks, and Robert's going to be applying a lot of pressure on us post flop. However, it is quite a small sizing that Robert has gone with pre. He will take that one down. If Robert's going to be opening those hands from the small as well, I think he should be making it a larger sizing, can apply more pressure to the big blind. 2.8 million is just not going to be a big enough raise size for my taste. You want to just take that one down pre. You don't really want to be going post, so I would prefer a sizing closer to 3, 3.5, or maybe even 4x. Robert going with a very, very small 3-bet size, and that is why you're going to see Johan flick it in and risk it for a chocolate biscuit, even if he does have 10-9 offsuit here. It is Queen 9-8. We do see a bet and a call. Well, that's a great turn card for Johan, because not only does he have a straight, he's got an open-ended straight flush draw. As for Robert, I think it's time to have a harsh reevaluation, but that doesn't look like a harsh reevaluation. Dems looks like betting chips. Those yellow chips, 1 million each, of course. If you don't know by now, you should. 500,000 are the pink fellas, and 100Ks are the whites. He's going for another barrel here, and I don't really like this, because when Johan calls the small 3-bet pre, this is going to smack his range more so than the buttons range in general. I mean, they both can have a lot of straights and flushes here, don't get me wrong, but when Robert goes for this kind of sizing, he's very polar. He's either going to have a big hand that's trying to get like thin value from, or some form of a bluff. Johan checks again. Look at the size of this pot. Robert ain't one for backing down. He's 3-bet pre. He's bet the flop. He's bet the turn. There's 32.6 million in the pot. Is he going to fire on the river? Oh my God, he's going for it again. This guy has got some moxie. Does decide to shut it down. Very ambitious, going for the double barrel. I really felt like he was going to bet about 14 million there. Decides against it, and very wisely that he didn't decide to make another big barrel bluff there. Not that his turn barrel was big enough. It was only 6 into 20. But the man of the hour there is Johan, winning a very large pot. Marco making it 2.5 million to go here with the Queen Jack off suit. No pair, no draw says if he ships, does he get snap called? I don't think your opponent can fold a straight there. But if he ships, oh God. There are a decent amount of hands we lose to, right? Interesting to see what he would have done. I don't think he's going to fold a straight with the 10 of clubs. It's really disgusting cooler if we're losing there on the river. I guess we'll never know. And things are even out, folks. Robert with 52 bigs, Johan with 51, and Alex with 43. And a couple of stacks in between that 30 to 25 big blind zone in the last 3 on the leaderboard. Not in dire straits by any stretch of the imagination, but got some work to do if they want to secure that 10K ticket and get one step closer to this title. Octave says, why does Robert look like the lead singer from some 1990s pop band? Yeah, very well said. Kings for Johan. Robert is just going to call. This guy wants to be in a lot of pots. What's going on here as well, folks, doing a bit of homework on the side. There's a lot of people that haven't had many big catches before, so they won't know the ins and outs of ICM. Like, Robert calling here is a bit out of line. There's no need for it against a guy who basically one of the only players at the table that has him covered. There's no cure for curiosity. Robert seems to have a very high VPIP. Wants to see a lot of flops. Hawker says, just thinking, Dan, if Robert does shove there, can a straight really call on the ticket bubble with a flush out there? But what if your opponent just has the ace of clubs that he's barreling off with? I think we might be just too high up in our range to consider folding a straight. It all depends on what you think your opponent is capable of doing. What I would like to say there is we've got the exact wrong hand we want to be bluffing with there, the 6-7 suited. What's happened there is a compound mistake. He's 3-bet pre in the first place. Maybe just call if you want to see a flop, or just let it go. His 3-bet sizing is tiny. When he bets the flop, he should just shut down on the turn. When he bets the turn, if he's going to bet, he should be betting way larger. And if we're going to continue barreling on the river, we want to have a blocker like the king of clubs or the ace of clubs. So that's about 5 reasons there to play the hand differently. So when we arrive on the river, it's very hard to rep having a flush when we don't even have a flush blocker, the ace of clubs or the king of clubs. So that's my dissection of that exact scenario. Marco checking in the big here on the 7-4 king queen, nearly 10 million in the pot. Robert's top pair, gonna bet 3.6 million. Timur on the button here is going to be forced to call one. Going to keep your opponents honest in this exact situation. This pot now getting bloated, however, 16.5 million. Basically going to be arriving at the river with a stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1. So we're going to bet 4.5 million on the river. And that's going to get Timur to call because Robert has chose to go for a small sizing. And look at that, bing bang boom. 25.5 million chip pot going in the direction of that man right there. And he is up to almost 75 million. No pair, no draw says, I guess if this is working for him, don't change the formula. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Marcus says, tell that to UEFA. We don't have UEFA here. It's not a soccer channel. Come on now, Apocalypse. Sure, there's plenty of Twitch soccer channels. We arrive on the turn here on the 4-7-9-8. So what I would say strategy-wise about the 9 remaining players, the shorter stacks, they really have to be very conservative with entering the pot because it looks like some of the bigger stacks have, so far anyway, have been happy to battle it out amongst one another. And this pot becomes a spot where who wants it more? Daniel's going to try get an ace high type holding to fold. Johan does have ace high and he's not shy about making hero calls on the river. The issue I have with calling here is with Jack in our hand, and that's a card we would want our opponent to have with a busted straight draw. Now, having said that, with the Jack in our hand, we also our opponent from having a straight. I think that actually is nearly more important. And on that 7, we can beat some lower straight draws, we can beat some diamond draws, we can beat some king highs that would contain a jack. It could be a hand like queen jack. The problem is we do block that. Two ways of looking at this one. Well, for this sizing, 17.1 million in the pot. Do you think he's going to call or fold? All vote now. I say call. He's getting good odds. He only needs to be right about a quarter of the time. His body language indicating that them chips are going across the line, and he does make a great call, and now he is playing 82 million chips, which is good for 68 big blinds. Sometimes you're going to lose there, sometimes you're going to win. The way she goes, the way of the road. Apocalypse says, soccer, come on Dan, you're Irish, you know it's football. Well, I'm going to make a slight correction there, Apocalypse, because GAA is so prevalent in our Irish society that we call GAA football, and that is why I am calling football soccer. Because in Ireland, we call soccer soccer because we have to call GAA football. So overruled. Strata says, when I hear an Irishman say soccer, I think he's talking about some sort of drinking game. We do see Johan betting 2.5 million here on the 6 King Jack 5 board. It's really been pot after pot for Johan, but we can see Daniel has the best of him on this occasion. Johan needing some help on this river. It doesn't arrive. Johan just going to wave the white flag, and Daniel will get some chips back, and now he's playing close to 30 bigs. See the size of these pots, guys, with a 1.2 million big blind and a 1.2 million big blind ante. Every chip mattering so much. Such a huge bubble. 17,000 euro is the difference between 9th and 8th. If you're just tuning in, you're watching all this take place live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov on this Tuesday evening. Bonus day of coverage. Where else would you want to be right now? Obviously sitting at the table. At least we get to enjoy it from the comfort of our homes. Apocalypse says he never called it that. Well, are you truly Irish without being a dick? How many years did you live here for? It was something that was bet into me, especially when I moved to Laois when I was 12, that you don't call football. In Dublin, we would call football, but in the Midlands and a lot of other places in the country, football was always referred to as GAA, and I think we just seen Ace Jack go into the muck, and that seems to be an absurdly tight fold. But it just shows the magnitude and the pressure of this moment. And there's a couple of shorter stacks than him, so I can understand that. Doesn't want to get involved. Feint B says fold Ace. That would be my understanding of a Feint B. Kings for Marco. Hey, Marco. Yeah, you moved to England at 4, but I'm also from Northern Ireland, not the South. Yeah, I don't know what they called it up there. You have Alex making it 2.5 million to go. Marco 7 mil. And Alex is not going to be able to continue here, I wouldn't think. Marco's going to take it down with the Kings. Feint B says Germany dominating. They're giving it their best shot anyway, Feint B. Nice to have you with us. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically half the final table is from Germany. We have Bosnia, Herzegovina, Romania, Greece, France, and of course, the Czech Republic. All being represented under one roof. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Not a bad flop for Robert. Going to bet 1.2 million. These blind v blind battles are going to add up. They're very important in accumulating the blinds and antes each round. In this record-breaking field. One of the sexiest hands in the deck. King of Hearts and the Queen of Hearts. And the hijack. Going to be opening this one, of course. Robert is going to call on the button. Ace 6 7 is the flop. 1 heart. I think Daniel wants to c-bet this one. He's got some backdoor heart draws working for him, backdoor straight draw working for him, and although he is out of position, he blocks hands like Ace King and Ace Queen significantly, considering he has a King and a Queen in his hand, betting a very small sizing of 1.3 million. Now, does Robert want to just call, or is he going to go for a raise right here, right now? We're about. I think the superior play is to just call here, even though it is a tiny, tiny c-bet of basically 1 big blind. Is we've got the deck crushed here, and we have backdoor heart draw working for us. We've nothing to really worry about. But because the bet is just so small, it really feels like a check. And he wants to get additional value from an ace, maybe a diamond draw, maybe a hand like 9-10 suited would have a lot of equity here. Daniel forced to put his hand in the muck. And Robert wins another one. Timur with the kings at kings. Golden opportunity. Picking this one up under the gun. The problem with this is raising off 11 bigs under the gun is just looking super strong to the entire table. I don't know what else he's supposed to do. Jamming going to be an overkill, of course. This is why you always say, oh, should you just shove 13 bigs here, 15 bigs? I think we need to establish a raised folding range from under the gun. But I think having a raised folding range under the gun here off 11 bigs with a 17k difference between 9 and 8 is a bit of a stretch. Even with jacks, queens, tens. I don't know what hands he's raised folding with here, but this is why if you can establish a raised folding range, then you can get away with just raising off 11 bigs. Has come ace high, which is pretty nasty. Now, the game is evolving and it's 2025, not 2015, and I see guys on GG, since I got back playing there, they're raised folding off 8 bigs, sometimes even 7 big blinds. I just think with a 17k pay jump, it actually probably looks weaker to just jam. Flop goes check, check. Not sure what you think about that one. Let me know in the chat. We're like sub 10 bigs, I think we just jam. And anything more than 13 there, we've got a min raise. But it's impossible to not have a strong hand in this exact scenario is what I'm trying to say. Unless you have something like, I don't know, ace-5 suited that you're using as a blocker, which is highly, highly unlikely. Timur checks, and now Marty wants to put the hammer down. Top two, even if the flush gets in there on the river, super unlikely. Timur will be checking a flush over to his opponent, will be trying to go for max value, so therefore we basically have the nuts. I don't think we can go for any size smaller than all in, and in she goes, and up she flew, and Timur put in a disgusting spot. And it might seem a little bit crazy, but I think if Timur had just shoved 11 bigs, I don't think he'd done anything wrong, but his hand looking super strong. You will very likely see Marty fold ace-queen offsuit there because he's not one of the shortest stacks. Johan agrees with me, saying, for me, it is all in. And Timur forced to fold. Marty wins a nice pot, puts him over 35 million, good for 30 big blinds. And this is how we're looking with the blinds going up. 51 bigs for Robert as your chip leader. Johan with 47 in second place. Alex with 29 in third. Marco with 26 bigs. Marty McFly, after taking that hand down, has 22. Daniel with 19. Michael Adam with 11. Mario Booz with 9. And Timur, after that last hand, finds himself in dire straits with just 4 big blinds. Small blind is now 800k. Big blind is now 1.6 million with a 1.6 million running big blind ante. Pocket says he's in dire straits. Does that mean, is that the band? I think that was before the 90s. If he can get a ticket then at the World Series of Poker Europe, he could win money for nothing. Oh, God. Oh, dear. That joke levels. Apocalypse is so deep. This guy, he needs a sonar. Michael going for a limp, it looks like, on the button. I would way prefer to jam this one because he's got two of the shortest stacks at the table. Oh, wow. Timur. I don't know why Michael has limped the button here with Queen Jack. This is a strategy you want to do with more than 10 big blinds, especially when you've got Timur, who you're committed to for 3.4 big blinds more or total. Now, having said that, had he ripped the button, he was going to be getting called anyway. Timur picking up a monster. The hand that lost him nearly half of his stack could double him back up to nearly 10 bigs. Spin and win. Pressure is on. 12% for Michael Adam as we see the flop. Does catch a piece of it. Needs a queen or a jack. Looks like they're only throwing in the deck as we hit the turn. Turn is a king of diamonds. And the river is a jack. But it doesn't matter as it gives Timur a full house. Mario should be shoving 8.3 bigs here on the button with his king 10 offsuit. Finds himself as one of the shortest stacks. Takes it down. Look how much he's stacked there. 4 million. It's huge if you're able to do that a couple of times. Adding a full 10 big blind stack to your arsenal. Puckle says, but that is all so far away yet. I believe that was another one of their songs. Clever clogs. So we do see a raise from Johan, a call from Robert, Mario shoving over the top for 11 bigs, and could very well see Robert call this one. Johan's going to get out of the way. In a vacuum or in I think we put our hand into the muck here, considering there's a 17k difference, but Robert seems quite splashy at times. Doesn't like folding. He's getting a decent price. It is only 11 big blinds total. He has committed 3.2. It's 14 million more to call, which is 8.8 big blinds. He does like to give it a bit of YOLO. I would be surprised to see him fold this one, but maybe he will. What do you think he's going to do in the chat? All vote now. He is getting almost 2-1 on his money. So that would indicate he needs 33% equity, and we can see he has 34. So he is getting the right odds against this exact hand. That's a big fold there from Robert. Could easily have called that one. Lets it go. Lives to fight another day. And Mario Booz takes down a very nice pot, uncontested. Doesn't really want to get a call there, by the way. 1/3 of the time, he's walking out the door. Perno Draw says, oh my god, I thought that was Mario mucking Queen Queen. I was about to have a panic attack. Ockham says I'd fold, but he would probably call from what I've seen. Fold, fold. I think ace to 10 suited he calls easily. The 9 is just not the card he wants to have. Yeah, that's a fair observation. Perno Draw says Mario Boobs. Yeah. Well, I could actually call him, I thought his name was Mario Bros, and that's why I thought it was a nickname. But apparently, that's his legit name. Or at least his Hendon mob would indicate so. Hold around to the small blind for Marco. Jack 10 suited. Wants to see a flop, but that's not going to happen. 2 ladies for Daniel in the big. Daniel raising the 5 million, and Marco's going to call the 3.4 additional. One of the best hands in the deck to see a flop with, even if we are out of position. Big flop coming up, 11.6 million in the middle. Oh, wow. Oh my God. Ace, king, queen. Daniel with a set, albeit bottom set. A lot of hands that Marco would have that would contain an ace would just probably limp jam pre, like a hand like ace queen, ace king. They probably don't even limp jam pre. King queen maybe. That's a very, very, very small bet. And does Marco bump it up right here, right now, or does he just call? I think we just flick in the 2 mil and make it look like we have a weak ace X type holding. Maybe a hand like king 10, jack, queen jack, queen 10. Obviously, jack 10 is the virtual nuts here. It's not over yet, of course. Turn is the 5 of hearts. 15.6 million in the pot. Stack to pot ratio not too far away from being 1-to-1. We check again. We hope Marco is going to call a second time, so we don't want to price him out. Maybe he could have a spade draw, like 9-10 of spades. Daniel decides to check back on the turn. Wow. I was not expecting to see Daniel check back on the turn. He's obviously doing that to pot control and be deceptive. However, it's after paying dividends for him because he's not going to lose much more money, I don't think. Marco is going to have to bet this river because he doesn't want to run the risk of it going check, check. He decides to check again. Okay. Don't really like that check from Marco. It will induce some bluffs for sure, but a lot of 2-pair type holdings will just check back on the river now. And we want to get paid by those 2-pair type holdings. Maybe even a set. And we're being deprived of a bigger pot there, I feel. Or maybe I'm just being deprived and then I want to see it all go in the middle. I don't know. I'm Irish. I like it. Michael going for the jam here for 7.5 bigs. Ace-8 suited, gets the done, takes down the blinds and antes. I think I slightly missed some of the table talk there, Gunaldo. Daniel smelt the trap and lost the least. Yeah, it was very well played. Now, obviously, the run out. Actually, I'm going to take that back. It's not saying it was. I think we want to be trying and get more money in on the turn. There was a bit of blind on blind violence. In poker, sometimes you have the nuts, and sometimes poker has you by the nuts. I did write that down, Stratus, by the way. That's gone into my collection. You're making a 4 million to go with the 5 deuce off suit. And Robert going to call the additional 2.4 million with the Jack 10 off suit and the big. Johan needs to be careful. 2.5x type sizing here in the small into the big. Wants to make it larger, and this is such a trash hand. Robert has shown a propensity to have a cure for curiosity and wants to see flops, especially if he's in position. So therefore, I just do not like this play with the 5 deuce off suit. Double pair board here on the river. Johan's going to try buy the pot. He does get there. And that's a huge pot, by the way. I mean, he gets there as in gets to take it down with just 5 high. He's got Moxie as well. Actually, not saying that Robert should be calling with Jack high there, but I'd like for him to think about it a little bit longer than mucking his cards after about 10 seconds. Andy is in the house, says upgraded. Nice to have you with us, Andy. Is 2-5 so bad that he should have just given the big blind a walk? I mean, if you're going to give someone a walk, I don't think it's too bad to just let the 5 deuce offsuit go. They're going to give them a walk, and you're against Robert, who has shown to be a bit of a scally. It's easy for us to say we're at home, we can see the cards. A lot of the players at this final table are just out of their depth in terms of being a professional. You're going to get a lot of recreationals in a €380 buy-in in a field of 7,000 runners. And the pressure's just so on in every single scenario. And it's a lot to take on as a human. That's why I love it. Love watching this unfold, excuse the pun, and see what's going to happen next. By the way, the numbers rolling in for this one are incredible. Almost 1,000 viewers on YouTube right now. We've just hit 300 on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. And I absolutely love to see it. Come on in, the water's lovely. If you're just tuning in, it's the IPS, the Italian Poker Sport. €380 buy-in, main event. Coming to you live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster for this event until we have crowned yet another champion from this fantastic venue. What a story it's going to be for the eventual champion. And Robert's had enough here. He's going to call the full 9 bigs. We're going to have a 60-40 on our hands. Robert with the 59% equity on your screen. Michael Adam with the King Jack suited with 41. Big pot for both players involved and indeed the entire final table. 31.2 million in this one. Basically 20 bigs. Here we go. Ace, Queen, 9. And Michael Adam from the Czech Republic is putting on his jacket, but it ain't over yet. Turn is a 10. Oh my God, wow. This guy has come from the brink already today. We've seen him double up and put his hands on his head, and there you go again. What a story this is for Michael Adam. Sit back down. Incredible scenes. He gives that little shruggy hand emoji. I love it. I took a bit of a liking to this fella as an unbiased, impartial judge. I said impartial. I meant to say impartial. Go ahead. Higgs is your chip leader. Robert with 34 in second. Marco with 31. Alex with 26. Marty with 20. And then Michael now with 20. Mario with 17. Daniel with 13. And Timur with 8 big blinds is last on the leaderboard. Still 9 remaining. Timur shoving 8 bigs here with ace-jack suited. Strata says, I would do my best to not overstress in this type of situation. Play the best you can, but don't worry about the money. I know it does not make sense to many, yet if you can put aside the money pressure, that is one thing less to stress about. Yeah, easier said than done, Stratus. As the great Steve Davis said, if you can play like it means nothing when it means everything, then you will be very hard to beat. Oh, Steve Davis, though, had alligator blood, ice in his veins. Timur is hanging on by his fingertips. Marco should be letting this one go. Timur tends to have a very strong range, shoving into 8 players here for 8 bigs. He will comfortably take that one down and add the 4 million to his stack. And he says, sometimes I watch the same expectations I would have watching monkeys with guns. Tournament poker sets us all up with nasty spots. It's not a quip about the players. I love that comment, Andy. Go on with the king 8. Offsuit. Going to min raise. Marty with the ace king. Marty going to shove over the top as he should with the ace-king off suit. And it's his turn to take down the blinds and antes. No pair, no draw, says Mario Bros not wanting to try and dance with the sevens. Yeah, I thought that went without saying. Nothing goes without saying around here. My biggest fear has been at the FT, having to go to the bathroom real bad. I look down and see pocket aces. Well, that's all being between a rock and a ice. Better get out the Pampers because I ain't going anywhere if I'm playing for 250k. And I need a bathroom break. I'm in the middle of a hand with aces. Although I will tell you this, I've had dreams about similar scenarios. Like, I would call them nightmares, I guess. Where I just play so much online poker that I was just timing out in my sleep, basically. And my mouse wouldn't work. People would be coming in and be screaming behind me, and I'd start roaring at them, and I can't get my chips in the middle, and I'm at the final table of the Sunday Million. And I wake up in a cold sweat, and then it's happened live as well. I can't push my chips into the middle. Confessions from the Kings. We can start a new segment. Confessions from the action man Dan. But they are some of the worst nightmares you could ever have. Dan did say it in an earlier stream, they have everything at Kings. Yeah, I don't know if they've got nappies now. Maybe for people's mouths more than their ass. Poker says, just instant shove and run, see if you have chips when you come back. You can't leave the table, right? Which I always found a bit strange. If you're all in, you should be able to leave the table. Actually, I don't know. No. I mean, your opponent has to try to get a read on you or whatever, but... Another thing I've been fond of doing if I really needed to go to the bathroom is when you get moved table, I move my chips to the table, but then run to the bathroom, and then I'm not sitting in. But I got in big trouble for that one time. You can't do that. You're not allowed. It's against the rules. Every day is a learning day, as in session, as Marco on the turn. Operno Draw says, I have poker dreams where I look at my cards and I have the nuts. I go all in. Then when I flip my cards over, they have changed and now I have nothing. Yeah, that's happened to me as well. I've said I had a hand and I've turned it over and it's something completely different. So you want to add diapers to the merchandise store of Kings? Is that what you're telling me, chat? I'll do that if I get sent some merch for free. Just gonna throw it out there. Shy baby don't get no sweets. $3.6 million is the bet here on the turn, and I think that's going to do it. Alex is going to be forced to put his hand in the muck. Looks like we've got action here, however. Johan min raising under the gun with pocket tens. Robert is going to 3-bet. Going for a small sizing here. I actually don't mind his sizing this time because our hand has so much playability. And we've got blockers. When he did it with the 6-7 suited, granted he was on the button and in position, but just not an ideal combo to be doing it with in that exact scenario. So Robert 3-betting to 8. Marco in a very tough situation here. This will be a really cool spot to do a cold 4-bet, but it's just not the time nor the place to pull such a move as a rascal. Maybe later on. But definitely crossed his mind. But under the gun against under the gun +1, that ace queen just has to go in the muck. And here we go. 20 million in the pot as we see the flop. Tens against the king queen. 8-5 deuce. $9 million is the bet. 9 million is the call. And look at this pot now. 38 million as we hit the turn. Stack to pot ratio has hit 1-to-1. 37 million back in Robert's stack. Turn comes a 5. And just say, okay, he's given up. But I was honestly, if Robert shoves that turn, I might just fold pocket 10s. And y'all might call me a little bit crazy in the chat. But it's a card where he can rep an overpair and 10s just becomes a bluff catcher. $10 million is the bet on the river once the turn goes check, check. Thing about shoving that turn is we're going to get called by aces that are trapping, but we block kings and queens, which is quite nice. I am actually going to mark that hand. It's way too risky business, but having said all that, if there's ever a time where you could get 10s or jacks to fold in that exact scenario, maybe even a hand like 9s, that's got to be the one. Maybe Johan knows that his opponent could be bluffing in that spot, and then we're forced to call with 10s. I don't know. Mind blown. So still no bust out. We are approaching our first break of the final table. I think we have one of the best hands to shove that turn. We have kings and we have queens. Opponent can have aces, but I don't know if our opponent can call with jacks or 10s. How do you like those apples, gang? Stock asks, how long does the final table last approximately? How long is a piece of string? This one is going to be a very long final table because of the magnitude and the size of the prize pool, playing for $250,000 up top. In general, no less than 5 hours, no more than 8 hours. This one is going to be about 10 hours total, maybe. I said we were live for 3.5 hours. I'd be surprised for this stream to go past 10 hours tonight, but did do 14.5 hours last night, so I am ready for any eventuality. We arrive at the turn here. Johan betting 4.5 million on the deuce, 9, jack, jack. Poctov says, Dan, if you want to guarantee a knockout anytime, just tell me to go read a book. 3 busts out. Stock says a piece of string is 1 meter long. Yeah. I'm not sure how that equates to the time frame. Marco going to 3-bet to 10 mil. So, gang, we reached the last hand of this frame, which seems like a very, very long frame, but that is because we didn't have any bust outs. I believe Michael Adam doubled up twice. Maybe once was before the final table. Definitely doubled up once at the final table. And we're going to be coming back to a 2 million big blind with a 2 million big blind running ante. The average stack is going to be getting smaller. Blinds be going up, not down. We are climbing. Ticket bubble seems to be a real thing at this table. Yeah, this isn't the prettiest point of poker, but there's so much money on the line. 17 grand, the difference between 9th and 8th. There's a lot of strategy going on right now. It's like I'm a massive UFC fan, and sometimes the fights aren't all knockouts and head kicks. Sometimes it's very strategic on the ground, up against the cage, etc., etc. But there's a certain beauty in that. It's like a game of human chess. That's what you're seeing play out right here, right now. 3.5 million is the bet from Johan. Osmo says Robert must have taken a massive hit on his stack while I was having dinner. He lost a huge pot there with King Queen of Hearts in a 3-bet pot. Not kings at all. His opponent had 10s, his opponent being Johan. Looks like Robert is going to win back some chips here though. Johan's going to be saying goodbye to that 5.5 million. And Dems are raising chips, and I would imagine, if I was to hazard a guess, that that's going to be the end of that. These guys tussling again. Bit of wrestling going on between these two scallywags. Johan, the superior player, of course, with over 200k in live cashes, and Robert, very much a YOLO type dude. 15-minute break. You've heard the man. That brings us to the end of a not a very exciting frame, but some really interesting hands to dissect nonetheless. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be back in just a few moments. Stay tuned. Lots more action to come.
Maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus, has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, tens are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call aware with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 tens versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Nista. Looking that way on a king 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9, a whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these tens are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Niste. Cash game streets, content creators, the likes of Yo Viral, Johan Guibert.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner. Antoine Saoud, David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum, Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier, Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Rani Lani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura, screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
there's just
something.
like, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know. Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can You can work him in there.
Yeah. Yakmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to.
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike, grab your backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
He's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips. Where you had the literal owner of the Lakers.
Right. Right.
You had like a top shelf pro.
Mm.
You had a guy that obviously was laundering. And I don't mean dry cleaners.
No, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
somewhat ill-gotten.
Another
Must
guy.
have been the gains, especially the relationship he had with the money.
Right. Another guy in there with his last 6 bets, and they're not even his.
Yep, there you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Case backing.
Right.
Wonderkind, who, if they carded him, would be kicked out of the casino.
Yeah.
And then a guy who looked like genuinely he had just finished a shift at a Chinese restaurant and maybe was wearing $17 worth of total clothing, but had $60K in chips in front of him.
Hey, as long as we're in action, we're happy.
Well, I'm not sure how happy Kamoshi's going to be to face rare resistance in the form of a 3-bet, and just observe how ill-timed it is.
Very unlucky.
Open,
Vulesovic.
3-bet, and now Radicki gets to play ladies' man out of the small. 72,000 deep. There's just nowhere else but all in, right?
Yep. We're
Yep.
got to ship it in and put him to bed.
And Vulesovic going to be priced in for another 45?
Has to call, I think. No choice. Can't be worse than a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1 dog here, in spite of the fact that you don't have your best holding.
And by the way, this additional requirement is north of 20% of your remaining stack.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting 3-to-1 on a call here. It's really hard for you to be worse than that versus the jam range. I mean, that range does include aces, which may make this a lot closer than it actually is on the screen. I think if you're the queens, you obviously at this point want to call.
Be a very light 3-bet,
You know, want.
But I think you want the call because you don't expect it to be this hand. I think you want the call because you expect it to be like queen jack.
Yeah, the struggle bus made it seem like maybe we don't face an ace.
Yeah. Like, oh, I might be 9-to-1 favorite, not 3-to-1.
Well, his back
2.5
is up
to
against the wall, but he's in a great way here. 68%
Decent, okay.
is Radicki
Acceptable.
to double through Vulesovic.
Four.
Oh, 6-5-3 would have kept.
Yeah, the pocket fours have been loving this one.
4 of hearts.
That was I thinking. I'll take
Brandishing a nervous smile. Don't need to worry about the monotone texture, given Vulesovic lacks a heart in hand and now lacks any path to victory beyond the ace.
I had the 4 of hearts.
Board.
Yeah. I think I had it in
Pairs
my
on the
hand.
end and Radicki
Sì, le filavo.
with the
No,
double.
contro di te perdevo.
Pocket queens. And you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions of this high VPIPing Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distribution. Svetnov here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamosi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen 9 of Spades is going to have no further interest, so they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay, strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 998 board. The queens,
How fortunate.
leap way in front.
He faded the Queen 9 of Spades.
Almost a 3-1 favorite now, better than 4-1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8. And we will have ourselves a new champion this year in the main.
Alani's living right. 2 kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check that.
Goodbye.
Yeah, it sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Echan. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposato's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards go.
I think it was Elani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it wasn't passing Sposato's lips, rather predictably Elani's, as ace king and 2 kings collide.
But it's not a sweat, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all Echan affair. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
King.
Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
37.
Oh my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one-outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo, Thomas Echan, for taking it on the chin like that.
Ooh, I wanna be with you everywhere. Alright, folks, we are back for lots more action from the Italian poker sport main event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. €380 buy-in, 250 grand for the winner. 9 remain from a starting entry field size of 7,007. Blinds have gone up. 1 million is the small blind. 2 million is the big blind with a 2 million running big blind ante. That means every time you can successfully go for a steal, you're going to accumulate 5 million chips. And it might get to a point tonight, by the way, where we introduce a 5 million chip into play. Woo! Hope you're all very well on this Tuesday evening. I was about to say Monday, but it is some bonus coverage, an extra day on comms. It is myself, Action Man Dan. Did see Ace King going for a steal. Well, I wouldn't call it a steal, just opening with a very good hand. So it says 5 million chip with really fancy dip on the side. I'd say if you're looking for them fancy dips, go to your Russian dancer. So she's got fancy dips. Maybe you've got some breadsticks. Who knows? Yes, this pot is in chips or dollars. There's 2.2 million eurons in the prize pool. Magic Elsa is back. He wants to know where Goulash Apache guy is gone. Grinder, Goulash bowed out in 14th place after a very valiant effort to try make this final table. There's some hands I'll be going back to review there for sure. Strata says she does have some fantastic hips. I thought you said lips there for a moment, and I said the lips between her hips. Perhaps we've gone too far there. 9 remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €24,500, but we don't want to give you that. €17,000 is the difference between 9th and 8th. Average stack is now become under 20 bigs for the first time in a long time. This tournament is quite the grind and would wear on you. But it says no worries. You are not worried, son. About my holidays. Actually, I'm going Stratus now to play in Sofia. I'm going to play a 1K this weekend, and I'm quite excited about that. Perhaps that's why I'm in such good form on a Tuesday. Also, it turns out it's a life hack doing diet, exercise, and lots of green tea. And very, very little sugars. Although, once green tea in front of me, I will be taking a pause for the cause. I got some blueberries, a little bit of Greek yogurt, and a couple of squares of chocolate crushed in there for good measure. And I'm going to gobble that down. Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble, kind of like that Russian dancer. But dum-dum. Alexandru should be rejamming this one the majority of the time, but he can't because he finds himself handcuffed. Kind of like that Russian dancer. Although that was a she, not a he, I hope. 8-7-10 is the flop. Open-ended for Alex. Robert with a good shot, straight draw, backdoor heart draw. 7 million in the pot. Robert wants to just back the majority of the time ever. If he starts betting now, he can put significant pressure, 8 or a 7. Decides to just check it back. I think that's wise. $17 million in the pot now as the king of clubs rolls off on the river. Alex with the straight, of course. Going to try to get paid here, I would assume. Doesn't need to bet too small here either. I think 12 million sounds like a great bet. It's about 2/3 pot. Leaves us with 10 big blinds behind. Going to get paid by a variety of 2-pair type holdings from Robert, and maybe, just maybe, that king hits him on the river. Goes for 7.7. Takes it down, and I hear a few vamos in the building. Bom dia. Bum deal. Kind of like that Russian dancer, Stratus. Is she a bum deal? Excuse the pun. I think that was 3 zinger. That should probably keep you laughing for a while there. Crazy with ace queens, and we're C and all in the call because Timur has 6.3 bigs with the Jabbercatas is all in. And here, folks, it is all in and called. 30 million in the pot. Coin flip for Timur's tournament life. Huge pot for everyone involved and indeed the rest of the table. Ten, 7, 6 is the flop. Turn is the deuce of spades. River is the ace of spades. Robert gets there on the river. Timur holding all the way. With just one card to come, and we have burst the ticket bubble. All 8 remaining players can breathe a sigh of relief. What a run that is for Team. Taking down a whopping €24,500 for his efforts, and all the time is in the chat. I see you there, buddy. What's up? Eight players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €31,500. So that's going to give Robert some chirpy chips back to 30 bigs, 60 million. Average stack about 22 bigs now. What a moment it is for the 8 remaining hopefuls. They have basically accumulated €42,000, including a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe, taking place at the King's Resort later on this year, usually around the October-November time. Guys, come on now. Surely you can come to a compromise between a comma and a decimal point when these 8 players are playing for €250,000. It's up to yourselves, whatever way you want to deal with it in the chat, but if one of you are doing it, then the other person doesn't have to do it, surely. I'm very grateful for all the work you do as moderators. It really means a lot to me, but it's just silly. Half comma, half decimal, there you go. Everyone's happy. Negotiations are all about one person getting most of what they want, but neither person in the negotiation being properly satisfied. There's my counseling skills coming into play. Not today on this day of my daughter's wedding. You need people like me. You need people like me to point at me and say, that's the bad guy. Too many show ponies spoils the paddock is my final analysis. Corin Kilo chiming in there saying the point was chosen by the Ministry of Technology in 1968. Well, Corin Kilo, we've the likes of Elon Musk these days, so the world is a-changing, as Bob Dylan once said. And I wonder if Daniel is meant to shove from the small there for 6.3 bigs with 10-6 suited. Which did you like more all the time? Did you like the... Which part? I went on a mad one there. About 5 different impressions. Did you like I'm Tony Montana? Or did you want me to be more Don Carleone? All the time says all great. Thank you. Okay. Jay Vasello wants to use a decimal point. Just let them use a decimal point, and Apocalypse was fixing the start of the payout structure. I don't know. I don't want to be getting too involved. You guys are great, but I'd be more worried about people coming in wrecking the channel than the moderators who do a fantastic job. Now, that's the last thing I'm going to say about it tonight. You got to let kids skateboard, but come on, guys. Jay Vasello, far from a kid. In Apocalypse, you're basically older than me in brain power, so what's that, over 35? Why don't you do some words of the day? We'll pick your brain. Get some more intellect. T.Y. Dan says all the time, we've got some action. Daniel, 6.3 bigs, is going to shove. Johan is going to call. We are going to have another all-in and call. Robert wants a count, but he's just being a bit greedy. Parker says, I've got a few words I could use right now. Look, man, if you've got a problem with someone, then it's your problem. This is silly carry-on. These guys are playing for 250 grand, and you're arguing about decimal points and commas in the chat. Come on. We're better than that. Action. 29 million in this pot. Big moment for both players involved. Daniel with pocket fives against the king, queen offsuit, queen in the window. And now Daniel going to be playing catch up for his tournament life, needing a 5. Needs a 5 to arrive alive. It doesn't arrive on the turn, it's the 9 of diamonds. River is the 10 of hearts. So we do have another casualty, and now 7 players remaining. A big round of applause there for Daniel Wurzinger, bowing out in 8th place, securing a 10k ticket, getting a €31,500 payday. I'm sure we'll see him again. GG, sir. 7 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €40,500. And the payouts just getting more pricey and spicy from here on out. I am going to take a tiny pause for the cause here. I will jump back into the action in a second. I just want to stuff my face full of these blueberries, chocolate and Greek yogurt. Alrighty, folks. I chowed down as quick as I could there. Didn't miss any action, I don't think, apart from Robert 3-betting to 10.5 million. Johan is going to call 9-6 deuces the flop, 15 bigs, equating to 30 million in the middle. And Robert just wants to size small here across the 3 streets so he can get his stack in comfortably by the river. I'm not sure what Johan's supposed to do out of position against Robert, by the way. With the King 10 suited for that small of a sizing, I might be tempted to peel. Having said that, that's not going to suggest this is about a half a pop bet. I think it's far too big. I was going to suggest betting somewhere around 6.5 to 7 million. Instead, he's gone for double that, 14 mil. There's absolutely nothing that Robert has to protect against here, bar an ace. And even if an ace rolls off, it's tough for your opponent to have ace, jack, ace, queen, ace, king. They might 4-bet with them pre. Alex with ace 4 suited. A big pot taken down there by the Kings. If he makes it like 6.5 mil, honestly, he could even go smaller. About 25% pot is what I'm advocating for. You might see the King 10 hang around with a backdoor straight draw, backdoor spade draw. A lot of things can happen on turn and river. When he makes it 14 million, it's just basically saying, I have an overpair, please fold, or please call. So with Johan and Robert as the majority shareholders here, Johan with a monster ace king off suit's going to open to 4 mil. Marv said, did you find out who he is? Marty McFly. He's a time-traveling teen who knows exactly what cards every other player has because some weird doc guy told him. Big blind is just going to defend here with the 9s, and it's a 9 in the window, followed by a 4 and a deuce. 2 clubs. $4 million is the bet, and I would like to see Alex just call. Some players will raise here, try to get an overpair to stack off, but way better things can happen. But just calling does just call, turns to 5 of diamonds, nearly 20 million in the pot now. Gives Johan 1 out. Kim says, why would he slow play pre-flop there? Because it's an under the gun 1 open. There's a lot of ICM considerations, and there's probably a stack or two that is shorter than him. I'd have to see the exact leaderboard to confirm that, but I see exactly what you're saying. Pocket 9's going to play better as a rejam, especially off a stack depth of in or around 20 bigs to start the hand. But there's a lot of money at stake here. And it is the chip leader who's opened. Johan is the big stack. Alex is going to go for a bet of 6.5 million here. And he's doing that for 2 reasons. Could get paid by a club draw, an overpair, and it sets up a very nice river jam for Alex. River is the jack of clubs. And Alex doesn't like that because Johan can have some flushes, of course. But I think our hand is still going to be too strong, and we want to shove. But he will just take that one down, but it's still quite a large pot. Fox says 11.5k pay jump, rare for them to be worth more than the tickets with 7 still left. Masmo says buying, or is that binne? Don't know what that means. Enlighten me. Masmo says that's the rail shouting in Romanian. Forgot it's English only. Bidne means super or great. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Probably not. For me to pronounce it correctly, it needs to be written like bean. Bin. So it seems like I'm starting to eat my words here, because I said it, not only have we had the year of Romania, but this is the decade of Italy, and the Romanian rail is going nuts. Very exciting times. Who's left? These 7 players. Some fun, up and coming players who could make a very big impact on the King's Resort scene, and indeed around Europe. Robert with 41 bigs, your chip leader. Johan, 35 bigs. Alex with 30. Marty with 24. Marco with 22. Mario with 12. And Michael Adam with 10. Mario with the ace king off suit, 12 bigs. Sometimes you actually might still min raise this one because it's such a strong hand. but with the ICM considerations, take my lunch money, stick it in, think of Ireland. I'm all in. All in the fella. No pair, no draw says imagine taking down a $250,000 from a $400 buy-in. Unbelievable. Life-changing. Now in Ireland, that would probably get you half a house these days. Or maybe 3/4 of one. But 250 grand is a life-changing sum of money for a lot of people. Pocket says in England that would get you 2 pints of lager at the bar for $250,000. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure what the pricing's like in the Shetlands. Maybe it's not too bad yet, Apocalypse. Oh, sorry, 2 pints and also a pack of pork scratchings. Actually reminds me of bacon fries. Is that what they're called? That's what they're called in Ireland anyway. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we have a call from Marty, an open from Robert and Michael. I will say this right off the bat. Michael looks like he wants to shove this 7.7 big from the small with the ace-5 suit. The problem we have with that is we have limited to 0 fold equity. But he's clearly picked up on something here. And he sees that there's basically 15 million out there up for grabs, or 13 to be precise, and he's only got 15.4 behind. He would essentially double up, put the sides against it after giving it careful consideration. Apocalypse with a very good question. Do you need a good 15 big blinds to shove the ace-5 suited? You know what, mate? I used to think you would need at least 13, 14, 15, maybe 12, 11 gets it through there, considering we've seen Robert fold to 9.8 bigs earlier, and the button shouldn't have too many strong hands there flattened on the button as a trap and it will be nearly half of his stack to call. So I think that's a very good assessment there. 15 bigs, definitely true. I think we get it through with about 12 or 13. Maybe even 10 or 11, but 8 is just not going to cut the mustard. And if we jam there and get called by, I don't know, 8s, it's an absolute disaster. Meanwhile, back to the hand in progress. 4, 5, 9, 10. Mario with a lot of equity. Doesn't improve on the turn. Does improve. Robert, very action-packed turn card here. Robert picking up top pair. Marty now with a straight draw and 2 overcards. You bet at 3.7 million. So 3.7 million is the bet and 2 calls. Look at the size of this pot getting bloated as we hit the river. Big river card coming up. And it smashes the hole off Mario here. 18.9 million behind. Gets there with the nut flush. The thing about this is, though, it's going to be very difficult to get called. I say it's going to be very difficult to get called. It's just he's not going to have too many natural bluffs in a multi-way pot that jam this river. Robert might call this, but if he really dissects it correctly, he should put his hand into the muck. We do get Robert to call because he doesn't take long enough to think about what Mario's overall range is there. I don't think Mario's got too many bluffs, and that is an unbelievable pot for Mario Booz. I know there's a lot of support out there for him today, and he now finds himself in contention playing a stack of 32 big blinds. What a moment that is for the Frenchman. Unbelievable. I hope my mic wasn't muted there. I was just sneezing. I was saying for whatever reason, it might have been muted. I don't think it was. Mario Booz, unbelievable getting called there. A lot of support out for him today, and now finds himself in contention with 32 big blinds. Hope I'm not repeating myself. Feel like I am. Average stack, 25 bigs. I wasn't muted. Thank you, Lord Sorrow. Mario is the best player left, IMO. There's one thing about muting your mic, but repeating yourself and saying everything twice is a different ball game altogether. I'd be like Johnny Tightlips. I gotta go get the papers, because he said everything twice. He's raising to 4 million, raising to 4 million. Running point for Mario. I would like to know if Mario is part of the Dorian Melher's Riyad Farhat and Clement Cure crew. If anyone knows much about this Frenchman. Let me know who you want to take this one down in the chat. Stacks are really evening out now, and a couple of more eliminations could very well be a deal discussed. 25 bigs, 50 million is the current average. Don't like this open from Robert. We've got no good capabilities here with the 5-4 suited Mario. Mario fast becoming one to watch out for, by the way. Very confident, calm, composed, focused, dialed in. Swiss Boy Basil says Mario is an insanely good player. Would that indicate that he is some form of a cash game beast? Because I don't feel like his Henin mob is telling the full story. Push up 94 says lol. And yes, that is a mega lol. Quadzilla in the house for Robert. And it's insanely well disguised here, because Mario should never put a 4 in Robert's opening range. It's ace-4 suited here. And we have an ace in our hand. And Robert can't have pocket 4s, because then it would be a bum deal. So this is music to Robert's ears, and I actually feel quite sorry for Mario Booz right here. because he might lose a lot of chips. Let's see how much Robert wants to go to Hollywood here. Say goodbye to Hollywood. 9 of spades on the turn. And now does Mario try to get the showdown, or does he want to make a hand like 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, fold with the pressure of betting the turn in the river? And I think that's exactly what he's going to try to do here. Okay, 42 million in the pot. I wouldn't like to see Mario bet more than 14 million here. Doesn't need to. Something around 12 seems like a good sizing to me. He's gone for 12 and a half. This thing of asking the dealer how much that was before putting the chips in really quick. Usually a tell that they're quite strong. And now there's a full house on board. Does Mario down now? Oh my God, Robert shoves on him. That's absolutely chronic. Shoves with the quads. I don't know what Robert's meant to do there. If he checks, I think Mario tries to get him off a chop pot. Some of the time, he also is going to lose against hands like 10s, jacks, queens, but I think jacks plus is going to probably stick to Robert. This is a tough one to dissect the way it's played out. Mario can have aces and kings here, queens. So for Robert to take this line and shove on the river, it really has to be a hand like a 4. Quads always make sense in this game. There's one thing I've learned in my 20 years of playing Hold'em, or I mean I started when I was 18, not 15. Mario doesn't want to call to get a chop pot, you see. This is an absolute putrid spot for Mario, who's just accumulated. He's just got these chips, just allocated them to his stack, and it looks like he's going to be giving back a gigantic chunk here, whether he calls or not. He had over 60 million. You can see he only has 32 million behind. I think a check is way better from Robert. If Mario checks back on the river, so be it. When we shove like this, we kind of have to have a 9 or quads. I don't see how we would do this without a hand like 10s, jacks. And that's what's running through Mario's head. None of this makes sense unless he has a 4. And he's like, how in God's name can Robert Ashelm have a 4 in this exact spot? And therefore we might very well see Mario put on a call here. And I don't blame him, but I really do pity him. He's done everything right. His opponent's never supposed to have a 4 in this spot. But never say never. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. He does fold. What a hand that just took place there. Good lay down, says Marv, but it's cost him a lot of chips. And Robert will be kicking himself later because he should just call. I should just check and let Mario blast off. All the overpairs shove anyway. It makes no sense to jam that river. I really don't like the jam. We do see raise to 5 million from Robert with the ace king. Very nice flop for him on the 9-8-7-2 heart. Board does go check, check. Turn is the 7 of clubs. So he will take that one down. Marv wants to know where Goulash finished in the tournament. He finished 14th, still 7 players remaining. Blinds have just gone up. 1.2 million is the small blind, 2.5 million is the big blind with a 2.5 million running big blind ante. $2.5 million is the bet from Robert. He will take down another one. I'm still a little bit distracted as to why he shoved the river with the Quadzilla. It just doesn't make too sense. There's a lot going on, guys. A lot to dissect here. Over the last hour or so, blinds have just gone up. What a crazy hour that was. You see Michael shoving 6.2 bigs now under the gun. Couple of shorties. We could have a couple of bust outs this level with 7 still remaining. Andy says, Rob, there's a sticky bun. I thought you said sticky bum. Can be hard to play versus when you miss. Johan is going to call with Queen Jack offsuit, which seems like a bit of a stretch. This boy Basil said more distracted. Why would he defend 3-bet out of position with 5-4 suited against the chippy? Well, you can say that all you want, but he opened the hand in the first place and it was a small 3-bet. I don't think Johan's supposed to be calling 15 mil here with Queen Jack offsuit. I think there's a lot of happy feet going on with how much money they're playing for, and it's becoming increasingly difficult for them to not be getting overexcited. We are monkeys at heart, but it almost feels like chimpanzees howling and jumping around the place. There's a lot of work to be done, and that's why I was really complimenting Mario Bowes. He's the one guy who's been sitting in his seat, remaining stoic and composed, what you need to get to a podium finish, get to the championship rounds and become the eventual champion. Michael has hit a 9 on this flop. A lot of equity still for Johan. 37 million in this pot as we hit the turn. Turn is a lady. Michael has survived 2 all-ins already today that I know about, and I think even more all-ins yesterday. What a roller coaster of an event it's been. Is this his last river card? It's a jack. It looked like that actually. It hit him. No good. We lose the ever popular Michael Adam in 7th place. It's been a joy to commentate on his play. Very jolly, jovial gent, and I hope to see him again at King's soon. He does get a very nice payday for himself. 40,500 euro, 50 G's, including a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. Marty is going to rejam. Robert, pocket fours. We've seen him make these kind of calls already. Looks like Robert wants to gamble, but this is going to be a bit of a stretch with such a low pair. The way he mucked that hand is like, are you for real, brah? 6 players remaining now, so we are now 6 max. Shorter handed, harder to make a hand, etc., etc. Bigger stacks can really apply maximum amount of pressure on the shorter stacks. A few pay jumps have been reached. €52,500 is the current payout. Babylip says, where is KML? You know what? That's a great question. Oh, miss KML. Just going to throw it out there. We have not seen KML in a long time, and we haven't seen my old pal, the Italian, Bob the Italian donkey. I miss him too, not gonna lie. When is the break? You'll get a break when I say you can have a break. Now back in line. It's raw. Now we have a break in about 30 minutes, I would say. Give or take. Maybe closer to 40. 42 minutes, final answer. I just want Marty to win and the interview to start with. So, Marty, you're an all-star. Yeah. And, guys, this is getting shorter in chips now as well. Johan with 40 bigs is your chip leader. Robert with 33. Alex with 20. And then you've got Marco and Marty with 18 bigs apiece. And Mario with some work to do, but still very much in contention with 10 big blinds. That's how they're looking. Guaranteed. Over about €63,000 now, including the 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe.
Lifetime memory. Before you didn't have gray hair, black hair.
Average stack is 24 big blinds, pretty much. Jay Wasello says, Dan, when comes the 5 million chips in play you promised? I don't know if I promised. I don't know if I don't remember. I could eat my words because we were about 14 hours into the stream. I heard whispers in the wind. If it gets to a certain point, there will be a 5 million chip being introduced into play, but perhaps they might not need it. But in terms of using the word promise, I don't think I said that word. I don't like the word perfect. Don't like the word never, and I hate the word promise. So I never promise to use the word perfect. Pocket trees, let him rip, says ISO. Against a hijack open, exactly 10 bigs, limited amount of fold equity, gonna have to let the small pairs go. I think someone confirmed that there was a ruckus going on in the chat box, so I can't remember what you said. If he's a cash game beast, I will have to go back and find out. No pair, no draw asked a question I didn't get back to earlier. You want a small bet that would have been better, or you want him to check and give Mario another chance to bet? Johan is just going to call. Yeah, look, I can go back and talk about that quads hand again. They're like, oh, why is he calling a 3-bet out position with 5-4 suited? Like, he shouldn't be, but the point is he flopped quads. And the point is, his hand is so disguised that he should never have a 4. Pretty much never, even though I don't like the word never. And if he can't have a 4, then why the hell would he ever be ripping the river? Because he can't have a 9. So he has to have an overpair. So you stop your opponent from continuing to bluff. And I predict we might have seen Mario empty the clip there because he blocks aces and kings. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, this one's going to go check on the turn, and the river is the 6 of clubs on the 5 king 9-6. Johan will be lucky to get the showdown here. He might make a tiny blockerish type sizing here to try successfully get the showdown against ace high, or he could check and reevaluate if Marty bets, because he can beat some flush draws, can beat some straight draws. He has an 8 blocker for a straight. Marty needs to bet that river because he's very unlikely to win a showdown with just queen high. And I think that's a misstep from Marty. Having said that, Johan showing a propensity to put the cape on. Very difficult guy to bluff. Our talk stream, says Andy, there could very well be a deal spoke about. The only place where deals aren't to be discussed at the table anymore, Kings, is when the WSOP is here. Anything that's World Series of Poker related, because they want to put a show on for the fans, especially these prestigious events. So no deals out. Quotation marks. KML is in the house, I don't believe it. He's been a ghost all along. There's always a surprise around the corner at Kings. I'll have to get you on my WhatsApp, KM. I know you're not in our mod group, but I'll get your number and we can whisper, whatever the case may be. I hope you're well and great to have you with us. Marv says, do I think a check would have been the best play for Robert? I don't think it would have been the best play. I think it's the only play in that exact scenario. If ace-king checks back on the river, then so be it. Give your opponent the opportunity to... Apparently, draw says, obviously Robert had just thought that Mario was most likely to check back and hope for a chop, so the only way to get more was to bet himself. It's just, that's a grand perspective, good point, but what are we betting there? Like, we should not be betting tens or jacks because our opponent has 3-bet us pre, and he has all the overpairs. He has more overpairs than we do. So we have to be cautious. Unless we have arrived and somehow have quad 9s, because quads always make sense. So block bet is also not a good play there, no. Robert has been running very good today, KML. And 3-5-7-3-4 here. Johan going to try buy the pot. Robert's going to let it go, and Johan wins another one. And anytime you've got over 100 million chips, you're a force to be reckoned with. I reckon. Apparently, draw says, obviously Robert just had the thought that Mario was most likely to check back and hope for a chop, so the only way to get more was to bet himself. I think I already read out that comment. I'm going a bit mad. Masmo says, I didn't say it was a good play, but the only scenario to make more chips in this very scenario. Hey, it's a scenario. Well, there's just been so many spots. I think it could be because I was back playing online and I'm not great at the studying side of the game. Never have been, if you want to know the truth. I will always pick play over study. But so many wild situations and hands have occurred over today and especially the 14.5-hour stream yesterday that I'm going to have to go into the lab and figure out a few things. Knowledge is power, after all. Well, I guess I'm after revealing a big secret now. Every time I tell you what to do in a hand, you're like, well, you don't study, so how would I know? This is not my first rodeo. I say I don't study. I'm on about going into the lab, etc. Surely commentating for Kings for the last 3 years qualifies me. I'm institutionalized now at this point. I'm sitting here taking advice from the guy who gets C's on all his tests. Yeah. Well, we have ChatGPT now, you know, AI. Jay Bucello is hell-bent on playing the Kings Million in March. Looks like that's going to be a huge event. I wish y'all the best of luck. That seems like a good segue, actually, if you want to check out any additional information about this resort itself. Head over to the website, www.kingsresort.com. We have a stacked calendar, week in, week out. Next week, on the 10th, is the ESPC, the European Poker Sport Championship. That looks like it's going to have a guarantee of €333,333. I think I've read that correctly. All the trees. Mario shoving from the Bhutan. Still in contention with the 7.8 bigs. He's going to have a fun time looking at that hand later. I think he cleverly and correctly figured out that his opponent's going to have an overpair there. And if not an overpair, it would have to be the wackiest kind of 9x or somehow a 4. I think we've talked about that hand until we're blue in the face. Then you've got the ZTO coming up. The 17th of the 2nd is when the stream will be. That's on from the 10th to the 17th. Next Monday, by the way, I will have Aldo Finn in the booth for me for a couple of hours while I am returning from Sofia. I'm not sure whether he's doing the full day or not. It depends how generous he's going to be with his time. Mario will take that one down. And then you have the German poker days, and then the tournament that keeps getting talked about in the chat from the 27th of February till the 10th of March. It's the Kings 1 million guarantee. That's going to be a big, juicy one. €299 and 10% in the money. ISO says it's not the 90s anymore. You don't have to type the www. All right, okay. So I just type in Kings Resort. Oh, God, I'll get me coat. And there's a Dutch Classics in May, which is also 1 million guaranteed. Wow. I don't think that's at Kings, though, is it? I've got to be all things Kings around here, guys. Ah, yes, okay. It's the Dutch Classic combined with the EPF. It's the European Poker Festival, by the way. So you're absolutely spoiled for choice. And that doesn't even lead us into June. I can't go through them all. Let's get back to the action. Marco is just going to shove 16 bigs into the chip leader, and that's understandable, but at the same time, I think our hand might be just too strong with ace-king suited that we want to induce some action from Johan. Maybe with a few shorter stacks in us, we just jam, and it is a clear jam all day. Small Dutch icon on top, says Jay Wasello. Speaking of Dutch icons, I had a great time having Didier B in the booth with me for his first day for Kings. Did a couple of hours. It was his first time commentating in English. Certainly threw him in the deep end. Speaking of the deep end, I just got out of the sauna and the ice baths. I had about 10 spoons of coffee, so I jumped up that afternoon. He's a very chilled out dude. Hopefully we didn't scare him away, Jay Wasello. I'm sure he will be back at some point, but I really enjoyed having the Dutchie with me on stream. He had some cool questions. We even gave away a 500 package from Ronald van der Lind. Look at this, the chip leader, aces. Marco, from the cutoff here, going for 5.5 million. He is going for and I like this from Marco. Good man, Marco. We've seen him just shove 15 bigs, but with 18, a little bit more wiggle room, is going to go for it. And Marty, very well, might go with a hand as strong as King Queen here. You got to remember, we are six-handed now. Perhaps he wants to just see a flop. Understandable as well, given the huge ICM considerations. And thank you so much for that comment, by the way, ISO. That it's not the 90s anymore. You don't have to type the www. I'm never saying that ever again. No. Just go to the King's Resort website. Oh, that's funny. Marco does flop the newts. No pair, no draw with a very funny comment as well. Good thing there isn't someone named Polo. Marco Polo at the table, or the Marco Polo jokes would never stop. The jokes will never stop around me anyway. Marty is going to bet 5 million here after the flop goes check, check, and that's understandable because he can rep a 9x type hand holding a jack. He can have a flush. He can have a variety of hands here. He's very unfortunate to be running into it, all things considered. That fourth spade, though, most likely just shuts him down because Marco could be just checking back with an ace of spades or a king of spades, maybe even a queen of spades. Yes, it is a paired board. It's going to be very tough, though, to try run a bluff now. Just 7.4 bigs behind. Is going to give it careful consideration. Would absolutely suck to check and your opponent checks back with the ace of hearts or something, but when he calls the turn, he's just going to have way too many hands to beat us. I think it's self-explanatory that we just have to shut down on the river, even though we have a certain portion of our stack invested. The 10 million. We'll take that one down. And that puts Marty McFly in the danger zone with 7.4 bigs. Now, let's have a look at the leaderboard. You've got Alex with 17, Mario with 10, and Marty with 7. And that's why Marco happened to be cautious, and that's why you're seeing him shove correctly. I will change my opinion with 16 bigs, blind v blind with ace king suited, because there was 3 players that are shorter than him. You've got Robert with 32 bigs, bit of distance between him and Marco, and Johan steamrolling with 35% of all the chips in play. Okay, no, Joe says, good thing there isn't. Oh, he's got to that already. You're wasting your breath, Dan. The only time I'm not wasting my breath, ISO, there's new viewers will get lost after the second W. The only time I'm not wasting my breath is when I'm in the ice bath, breathing for my life. Aces again for the chip leader. Michael J. Fox getting himself in some trouble here, about to wish he had a DeLorean to go back in time after this hand is over. Rasmus says, speaking of names, just experienced a very weird final table with someone having the exact name like me, name and surname. In Kings. Well, that's very strange altogether. Oh my God, speaking of strange. All types of strange. Mario with the Kings, Johan with the Aces, and Mario had 60 million. He's about to have 0 million unless he gets a King of Kings. You got to feel for this guy after his opponent had quads. 50 million in this pot. Mario has done everything right at this FT as far as I can tell. He's going to sit back down. We have a smile from Mario. Good luck, gents. 50 million in this one. Johan will have 150 million if he can successfully hold with the aces. And that is a very good flop. Just one king left in the deck. And that seals the deal. Actually, no, it doesn't. 8 or a 3, it's a spade for a straight flush on the board. He actually improves from 1 out to 2. He's channeling all that energy. It is a 9. Very close, but no cigar. Really enjoyed commentating on Mario Boo's game. I thought it was Mario Bros, spelled incorrectly. Apparently that's going to be his nickname from now on. I'm sure we're going to see this guy soon. Awesome score. Apparently he's very good at cash games. Not his first rodeo at playing for a lot of money then. And he is going to take home €52,500 for his efforts and a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. If you can find some way, actually, ISO, that I never have to say World Series of Poker Europe main event or brought to you live from the King's Resort in Rosvedop, if I could shorten those things down, that'd be great. Just going to throw it out there. Dreams can come true. Yes, you could say WSOP. Well, some people didn't know what I was talking. So 5 remaining now. 5 will make you get down now. They are all guaranteed a minimum of €69,000. Not bad for a few days' work. Colonel Draw says Mario needs to get sponsored by Yeti with all these coolers he's getting. Oh, I love it. KML says giggity. Andy sells me coke. Says Colas exit those 2 hands. Ace King versus 5-4 suited. Kings into aces. You must have a lovely girlfriend. What could he do? And Alex is going to have to fold. Marty's going to scoop the booty and be playing close to 10 big blinds once more. We only have a few hands left before they're going to be facing a 3 million big blind back after the break. Moves are going to have to be made. Marv says a yearly salary for most people. I think if you can get somewhere around $32,000 or $35,000, it's probably gone up slightly. Definitely no more than 40. You're in the top 1% of people on the planet. Something to think about the next time you get a bad beat on a river, perhaps. So Johan's going to be opening a lot. 8-7 suited. Robert's going to call And Alex now in the small blind. I think this is a very nice spot to squeeze. You were asking about squeezing earlier with an ace-5 suited. I really like this with the ace-10 offsuit. We just have in or around 14 bigs, close to 15. I'm going to play very well as a jam. So to get away from it. Perhaps that's a missed spot, or perhaps the calculator, the computer says now. Jack 5-4 is the flop. Johan, another one. I had initially said that they're probably going to do a deal, but I don't see Johan wanting to deal at this point. 160 million. Having said that, one big double up and he's right back down to about 30 bigs or less. This one far from over. He'll lock up over 150k on a deal, says KM. That's very well said, yeah. So perhaps he will negotiate. Marv says, okay, then I will win the Pirate Treasure in April. Pew, pew, pew. Two more hands before the break, folks. Johan is going to bump it up heavy, and Marco's not going to be able to continue here. The power of position, the power of the big stack, going for the full 5x. I got some information here, folks. This is the last hand before the break. Mario is part of another poker crew in Basel, Switzerland. Thank you very much. Just popped over to YouTube briefly. Nearly 1,200 viewers over there. Nearly 50 people watching right now. But you love to see it. Average stack is still nearly 30 big blinds. Still playing a 60-minute clock. Marty shoving under the gun with the jacks. I don't really know why Alex is pausing so much here. Perhaps they know there's a break just about to commence. We're not exactly hand for hand. Just wants to run down the clock. He's entitled to do so. Marco with a big-ish hand here, but I think this is going to be a fold, even though it's for a 9 big blind jam. We did see 6 bigs getting called on the button earlier with Queen Jack offsuit. It is a strong hand, but I predict we will see it going into the muck. Two big stacks behind. It's ICM jail for Marco. Yeah, exactly. Well said, KM. King Queen will go into the muck. A4. And the big blind gets out of the way. Right, folks, we are going on a break for the guts of 20 minutes. I've been really enjoying the show. I hope you are, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
I was sure 10 plus how you say it. Ich war sicher 10 plus. Mindestens. Ja, klar. Mindestens 10 plus. I don't think you are protecting. I don't think I'm the one.
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, twice removed like myself. I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
You're like Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll accept that, because that canned pasta got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well. But
yeah, that's not wrong.
The chef, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that, man.
Yeah, you didn't wake up happy either.
No. Sutera.
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture,
but
heavily Catholic.
It screams ace-9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's actually...
So the levels you do that.
No, I don't think there's levels to this. I'm adding levels to something that
I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on.
But now when you're Radishi?
Stop it.
50%.
Does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off.
It's a K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against one pair. Queen, king for a swing?
I was going to say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king. And now you see
Space.
Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a four-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't
People say
threaten. And
jacks
now a
are
lick of the
hard to
lips in
play,
turn from Sutera.
Intrigue.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
They're eating the pets? Is that what's happening? Oh, please turn your attention away from American politics, rest of world. We'll return to our regularly scheduled program at some point. Meanwhile, nothing irregular about a Velocevic Open. Ace-5 of clubs. Mins it, and of course the temptation of Jack-10 suited is ever present.
These spots are particularly tricky because, you know, in modern theory land, we don't play a lot of calls. But in old school street poker, there's no decision to be made here. We got Jack-10 suited, baby. We're going to see a flop. We're going to do it as cheaply as possible for 2 big blinds.
So a flat versus the upfront opener. We begin to range at least one of these two guys higher up.
Yeah, what we have seen start to happen is because there's a need to have a calling range under the gun 2 versus under the gun 1, you will start to see hands, especially at this depth, like jacks, start to play a little bit more passively pre. That way you're able to defend against squeeze jams from perhaps a 20 big blind stack behind.
Sure. I'll play flats with 6s. 1-6 is busy in Natal's hand, and he will close the action, getting a nice price.
It's probably one we could just let go.
A rare 4-way affair. And an 8-high flop. Natal with the best hand. No flush draw out there. I mean, granted on the board, but in reality, nobody has the spades.
You know, it's always kind of like funny when it actually happens because it's so 2008.
What's that?
If I'm Natal, I think I just stop and go here. I flop the top pair. This board doesn't rate to get bet all that frequently 4 ways. I need some protection for my hand, and I got backup in case I get called. I think I'm just all in here.
Well, he disagrees, but I hear where you're coming from. It does end up being checked in 3 spots. No, Velocevic does have a wheel gutty, and Radicki just has a dream.
This is a pretty ambitious stab. I mean, you know, he will be protected by having a lot of pocket pairs in his range here, so it does make some sense. Going half pot into 4 people with no pair, no draw, no backdoor of any real note, it's a dicey endeavor. I mean, you are going to get the 6s to fold here. They don't really have much of a choice. I stand corrected. He's a non-believer. And now if you're Natal, this might be why I would just open jam. He might find a hero fold here in spite of the fact that he's being laid quite the price on the pot. And actually has his counterparts here drawing nearly dead.
Well, it is interesting how exactly the argument in favor of not checking is revealed as Radicki's position bet finds a flat in Arai, and that flat sends the best hand into the muck.
Ace-5 hits the muck too, which would have turned the nuts.
Yeah. And now Radicki has arrived here with just 1 patron, continues to have position.
It's just kind of impossible to fire again. You're just like way too naked. I think you just have to not double delay, but delay here. and potentially play some river jams depending on what the run out is. I mean, it's just hard to find the hands that fold here to half pot. 6 is no spade exactly, and even that, I'm not so confident. He zips it.
A check jam over the top of that second barrel, and an incredible outcome for Arai.
Those multi-way dynamics change things a bit, I think.
I'm going to ask you something. You ever been in that spot where maybe you did have that thought, but then as you observed the brewing reaction from your opponent to that prospect, you pulled up lane?
Yeah, probably in my younger days when I didn't have much else to go off of other than my ability to read the room and, try to guess correctly. Now I think I would just fight the urge, even if my instincts told me something was awry.
Yeah, and we're going to have a fight on our hands here as yet again Cowboys have mounted up, this time for the surging Stetsura. And Sposato with ace-king of diamonds. We know what direction he's headed.
4th or 5th time Stetsato's had kings. Wow.
Who the hell is Stetsato?
What did I say?
Stetsato. I'm like, is that the love child of?
Yes, exactly. That's precisely what happened. Is Sposato and Stetsura.
Well, by the way, something else has happened as we're giggling through the surnames. Pocket Queens is a not funny development for a rather deep stacked Ilani.
This is hell. And honestly, as good as he's been and as aggressive as he's been able to pick up chips, there may be an argument here for just like getting out of harm's way, but it's still queens. And I imagine we're going to 4-bet here. It's just a matter of how much.
These two trains are heading towards one another on the same track.
I think ultimately it just comes down to not a matter of who gets stacked, but like who gets out of the way. Is it the ace-king suited that ends up folding? Is it the queens that ends up folding? Not sure.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a 3-train collision.
I don't think so.
Think.
Yeah, I don't think so. But
so 2 bets became 3. 3 became 4, and the man who started things isn't done with them. 5 bets to 75,000.
If they are reading it all into body language and things of that nature, we might not see a flop.
How so?
The degree at which that 75K went in for a 5-bet with no thought whatsoever kind of indicates to me we might be against the blade here.
Well, listen, Sposato's knife's fairly sharp under normal circumstances, but a very dulling effect brought on by the 4 and 5-bet behind his 3-bet. I wouldn't want to be that drawstring right about now.
Yeah, I don't think I would feel very comfortable playing 6-bet all in here with anything but aces.
There's not a whole lot of times where ace-king suited in particular flirts with a muck pre-flop, but this would strike me as one of those times.
I think so. Again, the speed at which Stetsura put in the 5-bet with what didn't really appear to be much thought. It's a great laydown.
Fantastic decision there.
And honestly, again, I wouldn't be shocked if we just don't even see a flop. Small re-raise, though.
I mean, just another 37.5 to see what's what. Yeah. I don't want to make light of it, and obviously you play 124 effective from here, sub 1 SPR, so things could get expensive independent of board textures that would maybe leave us worried. And is the decision more for all than for some as it stands.
There it
Yes,
is.
it is.
Great
My
laydown.
goodness. Bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the kings.
And
Blitz him
Sposato
right
before
off
him.
the hook.
And by the way, it's not as though we can critique Stetsura's choice to 5-bet here.
No, no, no. Of course not. Of course not.
I look, the TV table. 30 minutes.
You know, this feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here and snatch some chips. Might, you know, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from Komoshi, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Balasevic has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Daehyung Lee. $136K pot. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the nines. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack
on
of
the
spades,
turn.
10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The 5 of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
What a boring turn.
King of spades for split pot. King of spades is split.
King of spades, money back.
Komoshi facetiously pretending not to have a grip on the
I
game.
know.
And maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee, given a stay of execution, and ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
My heart.
Yeah, well, it's warfare out there, Ali, and
yes,
those chips are just bullets.
Yeah.
No sense in going home with them, you know?
Not so bad.
Put them to work or put them to bed.
They're not as useful in the chamber as they are sprayed onto the battlefield.
That's right, that's right.
Until rent comes due, in which case you're looking for a few and some clips.
Hey, you know, there's some nice weather in California here. They're kind to the homeless.
Looking at you, Santa Monica. Ace King here being looked at by Vaitu Leones, who has been northbound since his arrival. First hand he sat down and opened was an Ace King. Then, of course, Ace Queen versus 2 kings. Yielded one from Stetsura, who's got an inferior ace on the button versus a cutoff open. Might be looking for his pound of flesh.
Yeah, this one can go either way.
Yeah, 3-bet to 15,000, ill-fated, and Sposato wakes up with ladies.
Now this is where it gets fun.
Unless you have ace-9.
He's the covering stack, so for sure we're going to see him go with it in some capacity here. It's just a matter of how. I guess effectively they're looking at about 60 blinds. I don't think jam's out of the question. With a formation this aggressively, though, maybe he wants to get a little value for his time.
You know, the thing is, as a big stack, if he were to come with some normalish 4-bet sizing, does it not at times appear to the opposition like it's more situational?
For sure.
Cutoff open, button, 3-bet. In context, those two played that little pot moments ago, and you could lure something less than ace-king into hazardous procedures.
Yeah,
Instead, we know that this one is a somewhat foregone conclusion.
Right. I think that's facts. It's more you start to play with the line of protecting your hand versus maximizing the value. And it gets a little dicey, you know, like 2 10s in this spot, I'm pretty sure you're on the cusp between jamming and folding, whereas like, you know, 2 aces, you're very clearly just playing 4-bet not all in. And everything that falls in between that spectrum is gonna want to try to do the best that it can to maximize both its fold equity and its ability to get worse to put money in the pot. This is very gross for ace king.
I mean, we didn't really have this spot in mind when we opened to 5K, and yet the hand is the hand. He's going to choose to jam it.
Yeah.
Sposato isn't looking for the exits.
So this is the thing, like, if you choose the 4-bet not all in here with queens, I think in general it's to snap a jam from either. But perhaps he was thinking to himself that he would very quickly call if the button were the jammer. Potentially he has a decision here versus the original opener.
Buona fortuna.
So we're off to the races in a classic.
Maybe.
If...
Oh, did he call?
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay,
I'm seeing call 109 in there, so unless my eyes deceived. Perhaps the writing was on the wall here as the ace-9 ducks out of the way. And all of a sudden, the fate of the Lithuanian hangs in the balance. To the flop we go. 10-4 tray. Not what was needed. One ace in the muck. That much we know. Can we find a king? Some running wheel hopes. And the latter of them present courtesy of the deuce of hearts. Any 5, any ace, any king. Or just a 7 of clubs. And no sooner does Vito Leonis
Forza Italy.
arrive at this feature table than he is dispatched.
Alrighty, folks, we are back for five-handed action. Or actually, it's four-handed action. But I have an announcement to make. We have a certain chip in play that I don't know if has ever been in play before. A 5 million chip has been introduced. Very exciting stuff indeed. And the new chip in play is a 5 million brown chip. Dealer, shovel up and deal. Let's go. There is still 5 remaining. I was right the first time. There they are. There's the big brown boys. So pretty. Exciting times, guys, with 5 left. ECW King says, are those the biggest? I don't ever remember seeing 5 million chips in play in all my history. Then again, my memory's not the greatest, is it? You do have some form of brain damage. All we can do is our best, ECW King. 69,000 is the current payout, all chasing that first prize of 250 grand. Going to be tough to beat that man right there. 57 bigs, 170 million. Marty wants to be shoving this from the small. It's really difficult for the bottom 4 stacks here. Like, Alex probably has to call this, but it really sucks. 5-handed. Yeah, I think we just have to call. He does call. 7.5 bigs. It honestly might be the lowest ace we're supposed to call with. We can call with stuff like ace 3, ace 4, ace 5 suited, fold ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4. Maybe call ace 5 offsuit plus. Definitely folding ace 6 offsuit as far as I can tell. We're going to have to put that into the calculator as well. Jeez. Here we go. King, queen, 6 is the flop. $48 million in this one. 3 of clubs. 9 outs for Marty. Oh wow, that ace is going to eliminate Marty. Alex is going to take that one down, and we're going 4-handed, and I'm getting some information that would indicate we are going on another break because these 4 remaining combatants are going to possibly discuss a deal. We lose Marty McFly for €69,000 in 5th place. 4 remaining. And that means they are all guaranteed a minimum of €91,000. Going on a break for the guts of 25 minutes. They must have a lot to discuss. They got to run a lot of numbers. There you have it. 23 bigs, 20 bigs, 17 bigs, and 57 bigs. Almost half the chips in play for Johan Shamny, Germany. I only just got back. At least I have plenty of time now to go about the rest of my nibbles. I will see you all very shortly. Mind yourselves. Take care. Tell everyone I was asking for them. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
He's sort of ready for it.
Do you think he's ever boxed a bear? Strikes me as the type. Might go toe to toe.
If we presented the opportunity for, you know, a grizzly slugfest, I think he's ready to upset some people over at PETA. Do you remember that video of the Aussie whose dog was locked up with the kangaroo, and he just jumps off the Jeep and punches it in the snout? What a legend that guy was.
A beautiful 1-2 combo.
I love animals, but that Roo really deserved a bop on the schnoz.
Right, yeah. And he's not going to be any worse for wear, you know?
No.
The dog got home safe.
He really didn't know what to do with it, by the way. Unlike Poodle, who with 2 sevens, well aware of what is required. 16K sales in. Spasado says 2 overs. Let's go.
I'm rooting for Poodle. Not
Prepaid? Oh my god.
Not even for good reasons. Because just busting here alleviates the pain. No, Ali.
Oh, you're brutal.
I'm rooting for the 9 big blind stack.
Wow.
Let's keep him in the mix. See what he can do. There you go. Let's go.
Oh, hang on. Threats, even though Poodle has flopped himself a cozy set to remove 1 pair issues, now he must fade a 9.
Clean.
Okay, clean.
Professional. Yeah.
Board pairs. Rivers irrelevant. Oh, my goodness.
Well, it's sort of relevant.
That deuce was necessary as the gutter did come in.
And you know what? I stand corrected. Poodle now has 12 big blinds, so we're going to get to see a real display of short stack ninja.
But full house. Yeah, straight wins.
Full house.
It's too tempting, such a big tournament, but it's also.
But we need to scout where the Euros are going in December.
6 re-entries, or maybe even more.
And then maybe go somewhere else.
A lot of flights. Yeah.
They make a field tough.
Still hesitating. And I also has to go to Las Vegas because I leave some money on the deposit and I should show up, you know.
Okay, Bahamas it is, Ali.
Must be nice, by the way. Shoko's like, I got to pop by Vegas. I left some money on deposit.
Well, you're a man about the world.
I don't leave money on deposit. when I stamp my passport at customs, it's with all the money that I brought.
You don't have some drop-off points across the globe?
Nah. Try to stay off of Homeland Security's radar, Maddie.
Well, that's easier said than done.
And also probably not the best thing to say.
Right.
Why am I trying to stay off the radar? Ace-10 is very much on the radar of this ace-queen as a 6K opener from the small blind. This is a modern-day cooler, as our booth brethren Henry Kilbane likes to refer to it. Let us observe how Thomas wants to approach the affair.
I actually thought you were comparing Thomas to Henry. They are a bit of a doppelganger.
You know, as I look at that image there, you're right about that.
Take a day off, mate.
I don't know that we're going to be taking a day off with this ace-queen. However, do you feel like a 3-bet is compulsory, or do we balance with some flats?
It's a little bit tricky because my understanding is there isn't a lot of raising taking place from the small blind. I feel like ace-10 off might be a bit on the wide side, but I could be wrong. Usually, especially at depth, you want to lean on more suited hands.
As raise candidates, if you're Stetsuda?
Yeah, but, you know, ace-queen is ace-queen in a 1v1 spot blind versus blind. You're going to be ahead of the vast majority of those opening hands.
So we go up to the 3rd floor. King 7 tray board presents no immediate assistance to either party, although, of course, eyes on that ace of diamonds, potentially, for the freshly minted stack of Stetsuda, which does cover Ace-Shan.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see Thomas come with a smallish bet here. These are kind of the confrontations where too much money can find its way into the pot very quickly. A hand maybe stepping a little outside the norm with the ace-10 off pre. You find a little hope post with that backdoor diamond draw, backdoor straight draw. Suddenly we find ourselves on the river, you know?
13,000, and I'm not sure that we're all that river bound with ace-10, although maybe we're turn bound. TBD.
I would suspect that he probably has a little too much hand here to just fold versus quarter pot. But you're right. The hope is a bit bleak. You could be drawing dead to pairs, assuming you're up against something like ace-king. Making runner-runner and realizing it out of position, not the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, you do need to kind of, in a chess-like manner, consider future moves.
These are the type of spots, though, and the type of boards. You get a little creative, you know? You're not going to have that naked ace of diamonds all that often.
Listen, that left brain activation can prove expensive from time to time, although consider if all of a sudden he did do something, how ace-queen would feel about it. A flat, the chosen path, a board pair now, which does present opportunity to the Ukrainian.
I wouldn't suspect very much 7x in either range, which is probably going to slow Thomas down here quite a bit, because it will funnel him to his opponent to so much king x and diamond draws, neither of which he's such a big favorite against that he needs to start funneling chips in the middle.
So it goes check, check, and there is the path to the chop that I hadn't considered. Finding the ace in both camps. King kicker plays.
I wouldn't be shocked to see something along the lines of like block bet jam here.
Instead, it is a check from Stetsuda, and I think he's kind of hoping that maybe he sees a normalish bet sizing out of Ace-Shan, who is deeply incentivized as the pre-flop 3-better to rep this ace-king high board.
Yeah. Personally, I'm quite greedy in these spots.
What's that, Gordon Gecko?
I think unless I gave a lot of credibility to Stetsuda to being capable of having ace-king here, I would go very large, somewhere between pot and all-in, just trying to put a king in a blender. He seems to have kind of positioned himself into having mostly just bluff catchers as played. But yeah, wouldn't really fault anything from half pot to pot.
Well, what have we here? Into 64-5 comes a full pot-size bet. And now the polarity of this sizing creates some discomfort for Stetsuda because you don't necessarily love calling 65,000 in the hopes that you're simply going to be able to get half of what's out there.
Right, yeah. I think like most of the time you're expecting to chop. Some of the time you're expecting to lose the ace-king. But, you know, let's give Thomas some credit. He's not just going to triple off all of his bluffs. He may have some hands here that find themselves at bottom of range through the bet check line that are kind of forced to rep the ace. This is really the only size I think he's going to choose one check to on the end.
I think the non-zero frequency with which we just scooped this one, if Eshan is ambitiously bluffing for half of his remaining stack, is part of what lathers forward the call.
Yeah.
And let's carve it up. And Thomas is, yeah, there's
That's
the
pain.
eyebrows. Yeah.
That is
oh, okay,
pain.
buddy.
I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast
Okay, I
track
can look
this
at Brel of the
career
situation.
path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy
Let's see your stack. Let's see.
within the framework that
What
works.
you have? Yeah. You, okay, raise.
Kamoshi raises to 8,000. And by the way, there's nothing more validating than the sight in the YouTube
aces,
chat of
aces.
one Claudio De Marzo, who says it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube
Well
handle,
played. Well played.
that account name,
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
So, 8.
Now, let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop.
A flat and then, I believe, a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much Cabrera, I'll become fatty.
Become what?
Fatty.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah.
You know how he was
Yeah.
skating on. I'll be the anti-Cabrera.
Oh, we have a hand there.
Ooh.
How much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen-8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which
100
I'm
is too much.
soaking
If it
up
was
in the
29,
booth here from
99,
Berkey.
It's
100,
ambitious.
No, too much.
It's
The real Cabrera.
It's gonna work.
Jack 9 suited, man.
It's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian dudes, Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right. Stealing the pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man.
You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But, you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right.
Like, oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
but you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
It's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket seven's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer. He's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king-queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs
36.
by coming through with a call.
Now
He's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi
That's clear.
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose. Versus a cutoff open, 25, putting it in, I think might be quite reasonable. And maybe he leans on king-queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
there it is.
Arai
He shares my thoughts.
Induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that, you know, you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're going to back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace 9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in the air, and he's just trying.
It's
kind of
really
questioning what this is unconventional behavior from Arai, right?
Yeah, and it's well, we did see the queen 8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre. Right?
Correct. And the bigger aces also to be maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace 9 for a 233K pot. And check
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. Arai can get behind it. Tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and enjoy a deep stack.
You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there on the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't do this. No.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited. Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without losses. It's okay, thank you.
Action on Arai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he folds the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open-enders. On his queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack 9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way some of the time. He doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw helped.
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again. As he
I love that the little graphic lights up on the bottom right.
Yeah.
Somebody's turn to act.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Outstanding observation, Jeff.
Thank you. Kruger, 2 queens.
Ladies.
But dealt with the 8s, and we know he likes to see some flops.
I wanted revenge. Why?
Oh.
Sees a flop of 7-5-4.
This is a problem for the jacket man. In his mind, it's an overpair and a gut shot straight draw. Could just be all of it. Who knows? Let's see. Discipline, just call. Oh.
And turns a straight.
Yahtzee.
Kruger checks back quickly. More than 22K in the pot. How much here? It's like 16.
Oh, it's such a gross spot for Kruger. Overcalled pre-flop, this type of texture, calls you on the flop, check, check, turn, and now you're facing a 16K bet. What is the bluff? Like missed ace X of hearts? Can't be ace queen of hearts. We have that. It's got to be exactly like ace jack, ace king. Seems like ace king suited you would have heard from again pre.
You bluff me?
Yeah, to your point, hard to find too many bluffs.
Excellent fold.
Let's go of the queens correctly.
It was way by time.
That's it.
Thank you.
In a very fun spot.
Yeah, he has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now, but still the chip leader, and by quite a margin, the next biggest stack. Fareddin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million, and then we have Enrico, who is currently third.
No, sir.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call back.
Yeah.
It's around 2
Nothing
million.
better to do after you win close to $1 million than
Cool.
jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Kamoski calls. And it's a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain. Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him 9 of diamonds. 9 of diamonds.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Depends from
When
the
you're in
time.
Rosvadov, you're there to gamble, you're there to have fun, there to play poker.
Ooh, now you want diamond.
Kamoski one card away from.
Diamonds are forever.
Yeah, well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club, but it does not come. Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated. Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him, as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blom started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabral, 3-betting. Victor Blom's going to gamble. See what Cabral has. Cards on their back. Victor Blom all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like, you'd rather be up against aces.
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabral with just 18% equity. Oh, one club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pop. And Victor Blom looking for the full double, and he will get it. The river card irrelevant. Cabral drawing dead.
8-9 heads up, all in. Tournament final.
The last one, for the chips. With the break, my friends told me that 58 million. You are much younger stuff. 57. I 58 million. Sorry, just a second. No, looking there, sorry. Then, this is 10 million, right? 90, 30.
Alrighty, guys, hand 100. And I have some information that will be of your interest. A deal has indeed been reached. First, the overwhelming chip leader is going to get 170k. Second place, 140. Then 130, and then seat 7 getting 120 with 41,000 euro still to play on for the winner, and for second 27,000 euro. Now, if you need me to repeat any of that, I can do so. I did say earlier I'm not in a habit of repeating myself, but sometimes you gotta go get the papers, get the papers. Pocket, just have any idea what the deal payout where? Yes, we do. Seat 1, 170,000 euro. Seat 2, 140,000 euro. Seat 6, 130,000 euro. Seat 120,000 euro. For the winner, playing on 41,000 euro, and for second place, 27,000 euro. So a four-way deal has been reached and breached. So it leaves a very interesting dynamic here. Argam says my mic is going in and out. Right, I'm going to do the payouts. Just let me refresh the page here. One moment, please. Can you hear me now loud and clear, yes? You can or you can't hear me clear? You can hear me clear, yes. Okay, that was my bad. Eating some pineapple. Okay, for the third time, I realize it wasn't your fault. I'm just going to say it again. Deal was reached, 170k for the winner. Second place, 140,000. Third place, 130,000. Fourth place, 120,000. Leaving 41,000 euro on the table for the eventual champion. And for second place, they're going to take home an additional 27,000 euro. Did everyone hear me? Loud and clear. ISO says it wasn't the pineapple's fault either. Your mic has been dropping a few times tonight. Okay, I actually haven't refreshed the page all day. There's 7 servers between me and Kings because I'm in Ireland. Bear with me one moment, please. Now that should be better. Roger that. Yes, chef. Heard, chef. I would hate for the quality to be dropping towards the end of this great stream. Live now for 7 hours. You're just tuning in. You're watching them play. For 250,000 euro was the first prize. They've done a deal. Sound fine to some people. Other people, I'm zoning in and zoning out. I'm very twitchy in my seat, you know. I'm always moving around the place. Maybe I need to be more stoic and static, especially if I'm going to be playing more live poker. Always tell me if the quality is terrible, but when you're telling me the 10th time, you won't like me if I get angry. Johan has 170k locked up and can win another 41k. It seems like it took them ages to reach a deal. And maybe Johan should have got a little bit of extra cheese on top there, but he still can win 210,000. He seems quite happy. It's their money and they can do what they want with it. Southside Ronnie tuning in. What's up, Southside Ronnie? Andre, lovely to have you with us. Marco, lovely to be jamming on this fine evening with the 8 Kings suited. So we could still see a considerable amount of poker tonight. This one is far from over. Playing for an additional 40k is a huge sum of money, and let's not forget how prestigious it would be to be able to say, honey, I just won over 200,000 euro here in a field of 7,007 entries. That's not including the 10k ticket. Yes, well said. Yes, chef. Heard, chef. Sir, yes, sir. There is no guarantee that the chip leader wins, even at this point. We are playing 3 million big blind. With 3 million big blind ante, with 5 million chips in play, anything is possible. ARG says, yeah, it's getting down to close to bingo. Yeah. It's all well and good saying, well, I've X amount of chips now within 2 levels. Also, usually when a deal is reached, they don't play 1 hour blinds. I presume that's what's going to happen here. Only time will tell. I'm not sure what the strategy is going to be for the 4 remaining combatants fighting it out for this title. 40 grand. There's a lot of first places here in a lot of other tournaments at Kings. Interesting to see what way they play now they have secured a significant payday for themselves, to say the least. Robert goes for the min raise, takes it down. Marco not going to be defending. They're going to be exhausted, by the way. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't feeling a bit tired myself, but never stopped me before. 7 hours in, 14 hours plus last night. We go quit at halftime. Championship rounds. Let's go. Who wants this title the most? Who's with me in the chat? What an exciting few days of poker it's been. And on the heel of this, at the back of it, I get to go play some poker myself this weekend, which is a rare enough occurrence these days. Looking forward to it. I will say another thing about me. being close to the mic, and sometimes it feels like I'm a bit far away. You don't want to hear me breathing into the microphone either. I try to find a middle ground that everyone seems to be happy with without being a over the top people pleaser. I'm not sure what's going on here. Marco has raised 44 million and Johan has called. Okay. Looks like they want to get this over with. 107 million chips in this pot. Maybe they don't care about the 40k and the title. Wow. Incredible. Last to hold. Pretty sick for Marco here. A lot of additional equity on the turn. The river is another 5. Marco has been eliminated. We're going 3-handed for this title. Now there's a significant pay jump between third and second. 27,000 euros to be precise. I thought it was women who love shopping. Johan seems to love shopping. Shopping with the 10-8 off suit. Magic Elsa says maybe he needed to be somewhere, yeah, after about 4 very long days. He's hoping to get to the bar. That's where he's hoping to go. Johan betting 6 mil. Robert lets it go. So what's on the table, guys? You've got a 27 grand difference between second and third, and then can't make my brain work. 14,000 euro is the difference between first and second. Incredible though. You've got to double the difference between second and third, and then half that difference between second and first. That part doesn't make too much sense to me. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. 170k, 140, 130, and 120. That's all locked up. So there's no point in talking about that just for the second. It's the 27k difference between third and second that interests me right now. Walker says it's the real reason no one likes deals. Correction, I love a good deal. Takes down another one. Alex now up to over 20 bigs. Raduk is in the chat. Haven't seen him in a long time. What's up, Raduk? Year of Romania once again. Yeah, I'm eating my words here because I was saying it's the decade of Italy and it's just begun. No Italianos making it to the FT, which made me sad. ISO says, Dan, here's the deal. You only have to commentate until you hit 3,000 words, then you're good to leave. Okay, how long would it take me to hit 3,000 words? I don't know. It's not an essay. Sometimes I talk more than others. Like, I don't have the luxury of having a co-commentator. Sometimes you definitely do not want to be hearing me talk every single second of a stream. People were on about me wasting my breath. I'd have no breath left. If you think I don't mute the mic and breathe in between certain hands, take 3 deep breaths before getting back into it. I have my own little secrets, my own little ways of doing things. Has been a really, really entertaining few days. Cabby says 6 hours later, I'm back. I think Cabby is hooked on this stream now. My own oxygen tank under the chair. Not quite, no. I'll be going to my ice bath tomorrow, I tell you. Alex is glad to hear you again, Mr. Dan. God bless you. Thank you very much. Quit poker for a short term. Yeah, we've all done that. Some of us quit poker and end up becoming a commentator. It's like your penance. You're basically incarcerated, institutionalized. Now I'm back with all my powers and a clear mind. I love to hear that, Radek. All about keeping breathing and believing. I use the mute button to laugh at all our insane jokes. I do, yeah. Someday I'll just leave the mic I'll do a mic drop and I won't come back. I've been very happy the last few months, well, especially 2025, getting things kicked off. All about putting that routine in place. I don't have college to worry about anymore, so it's not as difficult. Less depression is what I'm trying to say. Walker says, really, Dan, will you? Yeah, I will. I like to be dramatic from time to time. Dramatic, Dan. Lots of alter egos. You wouldn't know what I'm capable of, but you wouldn't like me if I was angry. I will say that, Apocalypse. This bitch bites. Robert 3-betting to 32 million. Johan's going to call. And I just don't understand why he didn't just put him in. He has to call now. And fours are ahead. So Robert still has 40% equity here. But the way Johan has been running, hair running, six of hearts rolls off on the turn. And a queen of clubs on the river. Robert gets there. What a river that was for Robert. Really felt to me like the fours were going to hold. Robert takes the chunk away from the chip leader.
The rest 20. 20 plus? Before? Yeah, total it's 45.
Costello says this all in are obscenities. The deal, in my opinion. They honestly could be playing for another 7 hours without a deal. It would just go on and on and on and on. And these guys seem so happy to win so much money from a €380 buy-in. So you got to let kids skateboard. Revel in the moment. Really enjoy it. Soak it up. Gavin Doran says, but hey, that's poker. Yeah, pretty much what I was saying. Says, nice river. Hey, Robert, you're an all-star. Brody in the house. What's up, Brody? Pedro Joss says, I would be happy but still fighting for more. Never know if we would ever get back to this place again. I hear you. $24 million in this pot. It's crazy how much money are in all of these pots. The chat's been hopping. Very hard to capture it all. 3 remaining. 3 is the magic number. 5 will make you get down now. Always says with rivers like that, his opponents will be sleeping with the light on. This guy is on fire today. Good, bad, and the ugly. Bigs now for Alex. Does he want to shove Queen 9 off suit? This is close because the big stack's going to call him so light, but he has to get something going. I wouldn't be shocked to see him fold this, but he's going to have to post then. I think we fold Queen 7 off suit and Queen 8 off suit, but Queen 9 off suit going to be a little bit too good in my opinion. Instead, that looks like he's coming in for a raise, or he's committing himself. Yeah, he was just deciding. No draw, but possibly the funniest comment of the day. Any stream tomorrow? No. No stream for me on a Wednesday. I'm going to the ice bath and the cinema sauna. I'm going to go lift heavy chunks of metal. Queen 9 does take that one down. I'm sure there's plenty of poker you can watch out there, no pair, no draw. I know how addictive the King's Resort stream can be. Believe you me. Alex going to take that one down with the ace king. They're looking for the trophy. I haven't seen the trophy yet myself. Andre says I think there is a trophy from Euro Rounders. Actually reminds me of the name of a movie. What was it called? Euro something. Probably loads. Euro Trash or Euro. They're on a European tour anyway. The bus. It was a comedy. It's okay. My brain's unraveling. It's fine. No pair of draws. Any thoughts on the 24/7 version of the stream that replays the previous tournaments on normal off days? Obviously, no live commentary, but could be easy revenue, even if it just for the random ads. Euro trip. Yes, okay, very good. I'd like to solve the puzzle. Says next Monday we will be back for good. Well, you can check out the schedule to see just how busy we're going to be this year. It's insane. Johan with the pocket sevens. Jay Wasello says this week it's a mystery bounty tournament. It's a mystery. Find out what's going to happen next on an all-new episode of Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. And we might see Robert rejam here, pair-on-pair action. And this could be the exit for Robert, because the way he's looked over at Johan's chips, seems like he wants to rip. No, he doesn't. He just wants to call. Magic Elf says next Monday, so you're commentating EPSC. My very good friend, my co-host, a couple of times a year, Aldo Finn, is going to cover for me while I get back from Sofia. And depending on how I'm feeling and how he's feeling, I might let him do the stream for me, or I might just take over after a few hours when I'm home. 10 million is the bet, 10 million is the call. You will be getting a new commentator next Monday for a few hours at least. But I will be on a plane on that Monday morning, so I won't be too far behind. I don't know if I'll get the full day off. Robert calls again. Wow. Unfazed by the jack on the turn. Back in line. Now it's a double paired board, and I think Robert's going to call. He's going to have too much invested. And Robert makes it all in. And Johan's going to call, and we're going to lose Robert. And Johan is going to have almost 300 million chips. Yes, that's correct. 300 million chips. Yeah, if you want to get an insight into who's going to be commentating next Monday, go over to Alan F. Poker. Got an amazing YouTube channel, all things cash games, great Irish track, and we'll watch him go off the chain a few times. Loves throwing out a few obscenities as opposition. Very entertaining channel, loads and loads to be gained, tons and tons of knowledge, especially for the deeper stack realm. And he's playing all the way up to 1KNL at the moment. Right, guys, we're coming back. Johan has 86% of all the chips in play. Alex, with all the work in the world to do, playing 14% of the chips in play with 13 bigs. Well, anything can happen in the wicked Wild West that is No Limit Hold'em poker tournament.
Okay, 5 minutes break, okay, guys?
We're going to come back. We're going to put a ribbon on this thing. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments. Yes, a massive congratulations to third place finisher. It doesn't get any additional cash, but huge sum allocated. I think he had a couple of K in tournament live earnings. So that's a whopper. And now they both get at least an extra €27,000 when we come back for the heads-up battle. See you in 5.
Just looking over Kim's resume as we see this one brewing with a Lee open off of Queen 10 of Hearts.
Now, these are the kind of dynamics that can lead to people maybe over-responding, right? Kamoshi's been very active when it comes to the single raise pots. Now he immediately finds himself in a good 3-bet spot. Should somebody wake up behind with the old ace-5 suited, perhaps, maybe they get in a little trouble. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though. Now Lee is going to be left to fend for himself with the Queen 10 suited. I imagine he'll continue through a call. Might just fold, given his stacked up.
For call 22.
So Lee is dominated. Doesn't know it, makes the call here, and these are larger commitments out of his stack. Queen in the window is bad news, especially with a couple of 5s behind it. Berkey, this is a problematic spot for obvious reasons.
Yeah, at an SPR of 2.5, it's going to be very hard for the money not to go in here. Although I do think that it's going to require a little bit of massaging of the pot. You can't go too strong here if you're Kamoshi. You don't want to just let your opponent assume that you have kings or aces and get away cheap.
5-bet 12,000.
12,000's good start here. Lee's obviously going to follow through with a continue. And then we can probably just get the rest of the chips in through a half pot type of sizing scheme.
12K sets us on this journey, which rates to end poorly for Lee. Another 12 off of his thinning stack. Pot up to 78 now. Ace Queen performing very well. Now our kicker no longer plays. Not that we expect that 10 of hearts is of much use relative to the Queen itself if we're Lee.
Yeah, and there's only one combo of Queen Jack suited remaining, so as Kamoshi, you're not very fearful here. You also block Ace-5 of hearts, which is very important, so you're really never beaten in this scenario. You just need to make sure that the money goes in as easily as possible and as efficiently as possible. I think the best way to do that is to set up same percentage of the pot over 2 streets.
Is this what we now?
Sizing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, is that the term that's kind of been percolating?
It's a nice little hack that the solver has unlocked for us. So roughly half pot here would get the chips in most efficiently.
5-bet 26,000.
I think the problem with going this small is you set up a bigger than average river jam. So you're jamming now for like 66% pot on the end. He might be able to get away from some single pairs. It applies a lot of pressure. You do get the call here almost always, of course. You could still have ace king. You could be value betting thin with a jack in order to check back river.
You can sense the discomfort that Lee is experiencing despite having a good bit of hand here.
Yeah.
And it doesn't rate to come to an end on this river. He's got 76, and Kamoshi could very well ask for all of it. Just completely unconcerned about not having a winner with ace-queen here. And once we get called across a couple of streets, you do get the sense that a hand that can call does lurk.
Yeah, certainly. You almost always are going to have Lee positioned into having a worse queen here. On occasion, I suppose, he'll have a hand like ace-jack with a backdoor flush draw that might have a very difficult river decision. But most frequently, in order for you to get called 3 times here, he's just going to have an inferior queen, of which there's a fair amount of them. You know, he's probably going to have 2 combos of king queen suited, 2 combos of a queen 10 suited.
Ace queen.
Well, this was a decision for Lee's tournament life, one that has come to an end.
Unlucky.
Guys, take your seat, please. He was button. Small blind, big blind. You are asking small blind. Small blind, big blind.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. We're about to put a ribbon on this thing. People are taking guesses on how many hands this is going to take with a 14k pay jump between first and second and the title on the line. Good luck trying to beat Johan here. Alex, he's got the Romanian flag, but he's got a 10-1 chip deficit to overcome. I want to give a massive shout out to everyone that's tuned in, the moderators, all the regs, people tuning in for about 14 hours yesterday, closer to 15. Fair play to you. For the love of the game. That's why Poker Room Kings is an award-winning channel for a global award in 2 categories. And I believe we are just getting started. Who knows what the future holds? The universe tends to unfold as it should. Don't want to get too philosophical. Okay, these are all saying less than 10 hands. Johan bets 8. Alex wants to call down here. I think is nearly better than jamming. Oh, be jamming. And I hope you like jamming too. Andy says Alex for the win. If these 3 days don't relight your fire, then nothing will. Okay. He does just call and then shove the turn, taking away that move from Johan to continue barreling him. I don't know if I fully like this. I want Johan to continue firing. Alex will take it down. So we do have big mystery bounty taking place next Monday on stream. It's a European Poker Sport Championship. €150 buy-in with a €100 bounty. Could expect very big numbers for that. For such a small buy-in. Great value. Get yourself to Kings, where it's all kicking off, mate. So we do see a min raise here from the button from Johan, and Alex most likely rejams this one. Interesting that Johan is choosing to raise call, I would assume. I don't think he's going to raise fold. If we're just going to raise call, might as well just jam it. I think this guy just is destined to win this tournament. destiny, and 101 million chips in this pot. The Romanian has the flag, has some cool pals, but he needs help. It is a 60-40 for his tournament life, and if Johan can hold here with the King 4 hearts, we have our Italian poker sport champion. Ace Jack is the flop.
I would say yes, but it's black label. I said two jacks.
He's got Musa and Sergey with him. Two very good Romanian players. It is ace, jack, 9, a king needed on the river. But we're going to have a bit of a heads-up battle on our hands. Big river card coming up. King needed the kings for Johan. Otherwise, it's game on. Oh my God, it's a king. He gets there. So sick. Did have the best hand going in, but looked like we were going to be having quite the heads-up battle. Alex was going to give it all he got, not going quietly into the night. Would have been sitting back with 25 bigs. But alas, Johan has prevailed. A very worthy champion, has to be said. Basically doubling his entire total live earnings on his Hendon mob. Congratulations. Well done, sir. Commiserations for second place. Awesome day of poker all around, and last night was fantastic. Nearly 2 days in one. I'm going to get out of here. Thanks a million to everyone tuned in. If you want to find out additional information, just head over to the website on the King's Resort site itself. We're going to be back next Monday, perhaps Monday evening. I will decide when I get home. Until then, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.
Now we make a picture too. No, with Richard I don't want. I don't want the picture with him. Like this is it's good like this.
Io farei subito un'intervista solo perché così tu non fai giocare. Sì, no, solo per quel motivo che ho fatto pratica, però ci sono 2 minuti. Benissimo, facciamo subito l'intervista. Me lo puoi fare? Da seduti? Seduti? Andiamo a fare una moderata. Grazie mille. Cosa? Questa?
Questa interview the guy doesn't